It makes you feel alright, alright, alright. It makes you feel alright, alright, alright. It makes you feel alright. Lovely women, beautiful beaches, just to name a few. Fiestas and barbecues, that's what we like. Love for an island, it makes you feel alright. Cause I said, alright, alright. It makes you feel alright, alright, alright. It makes you feel alright, alright, alright. It makes you feel alright, alright, alright. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And the sons are strictly for the islands, giving shouts out to everybody. And the sons are providing you the skanky pizza. Get up, get groovy, stay rocking the island. My island sons are get up and skank now. Put your hands together, then we clap to the beat now. My island sons are strictly for the islands, giving shouts out to everybody. Say, love for an island is what we do. Is what we do. The lovely women, beautiful beaches, just to name a few. To name a few. Fiestas and barbecues, that's what we like. That's what we like. Love for an island, it makes you feel alright. I say, alright, alright. It makes you feel alright, alright. Makes you feel alright. Makes you feel alright. Alright, alright. It 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 makes you feel alright, yeah. Alright, alright. It makes you feel alright, 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 alright, alright. It makes you feel alright.
KUAM-FM Hagåtña, Guam. You're listening to The Link with Chris and Sabrina on Breeze 93.9.
This is independent. Hey, I'm so dependent of your loving. You got me hooked, baby, since way back when we were just friends. Yeah, I knew our loving wasn't for pretend. You know my loving's yours till the end, baby. La da da. Yeah, no one's gonna take you from me, 'cause you can never ever be replaced. It's you who brightens up my days, baby, la da da. Yeah, no one's gonna take you from me, 'cause you can never ever be replaced. It's you who brightens up my days, baby, 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 baby. So baby, now you know what's the deal. I've done bagged everything up and kept it sealed. I know my love for you will outlast through time. In the long run, its true colors will shine. Now let's take a minute for a sweet reminisce. Back to days when young loving was at its best. Earning balconies and messing up that cute dress. Taking naked drives, yeah, we almost got arrested. Oh my baby, yeah, you and I, hey, we don't need no alibi to live our lives the way we do. Straight up could do, oh my baby, yeah, you and I, hey, we don't need no alibi to live our lives the way we do. Straight up could do, la da da. Yeah, no one's gonna take you from me, 'cause you can never ever be replaced. It's you who brightens up my days, baby, la da da. Yeah, no one's gonna take you from me, 'cause you can never ever be replaced. It's you who brightens up my days, baby, 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 my baby, baby, you got me singing.
Chris and Sabrina with The Link here on Breeze 93.9 FM.
She don't let nobody, she don't let nobody, nobody but me, nobody but me, love. See, she don't let nobody, 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 nobody but me, nobody but me, love. So other guys want to hold her hand, other guys want a one-night stand. They all creep when she's around. I'm so glad how she puts them down. She don't let nobody, she don't let nobody, nobody but me, nobody but me, love. So I don't worry 'cause we're so tight, see each other most every night. She had given me the master key, why I kiss her explicitly. She don't let nobody, she don't let nobody, nobody but me, nobody but me, love, love.
Only me alone, happy on the girl mine. Only me alone, make her love light shine. Only me alone, be on the girl mine. Only me alone, make her love light shine. Me say, don't wanna rush, but them try get bust. And only me alone gonna make her love up, love up. Them guy aren't too rude, them a rush and a lust, but me lick a gush and I love the mix up.
She don't let nobody, 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 nobody but me, nobody but me, love. So I don't worry 'cause we're so tight, see each other most every night. She had given me the master key, why I kiss her
out to rule them only one night stand. Because me and my woman, we done make a plan. Boom. All them a rush me, they said them a lust. So me and the girl man, and I like the comfort, the girl sweet. And me I tell you that she fine, and only me alone gonna make a love light shine. The girl sweet. And me I tell you that she fine, and only me alone gonna make a love light shine. Only me alone, upon the girl mine. Only me alone, make a love light shine. Only me alone, upon the girl mine. Only me alone, make a love light shine.
She don't let nobody,
No, no.
she don't let nobody, nobody but me. Nobody but me, love. So she don't let nobody, 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 nobody but me, nobody but me, love. See, I don't worry 'cause we're so tight, see each other most every night. She had give me the master key, why I kiss her explicitly. She don't let nobody, she don't let nobody, nobody but me, nobody but me, love.
Watch the rider. Them a guy out to rule them only one night stand. Because me and my woman, we done make a plan. Boom. All them a rush me, they say them a lust. So me and the girl man, and I like the comfort, the girl sweet. And me I tell you that she fine, and only me alone gonna make a love light shine. The girl sweet. And me I tell you that she fine, and only me alone gonna make a love light shine. Only me alone, upon the girl mine. Only me alone, make a love light shine. Only me alone, upon the girl mine. Only me alone, make a love light shine.
She don't let nobody,
No.
she don't let nobody, nobody but me, nobody but me, love. She don't let nobody, she don't let nobody, she don't let nobody, she don't let nobody,
No.
she don't let nobody, 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 nobody but me, nobody but me, love.
Only me alone, be upon the gun mine. Only me alone, make a love light shine. Only me alone, be upon the gun mine. Only me alone, make a love light shine. They say no one a rush, but them try get bust. And only me alone gonna make a love up. But them guy out to rude, them a rush and a lust. But the liquor gush and I love them mix up. Cause
She don't let nobody, she don't let
So sinja uli di sombranza e zu ita saluda antes di niga Radzaudzan malak estrezas durante todo em memu a nogi distância como kupugi palu zangiman malak guafi Ikonum nasugi airi la noche Nai banderata caigui Pues atan fani bandera Kau esta pagua pumalapa Giluk tanu man libri Tentamiti man ko badi
Fanogi chamoru Puritanota Kantai matunonya gitoru iluga Paraiona Parai gloria A big islas en Paraiona Parai gloria A big islas en Toru I tempo I paz Paraita Zangi
other day. Wrote down all the things I said, but I couldn't. I just couldn't. Baby, I know that you've been wondering. Oh, so here goes nothing. In case you didn't know, baby, I'm crazy about you. I would be lying if I said that I could live my life without you. Even though I don't tell you all the time, you had my heart a long, long time ago. In case you didn't know, ooh, in case you didn't know. Second glass of wine got me thinking. There's something about the kiss. Boy, you didn't mean it. Got me thinking. I'm thinking. One of the things that I've been feeling. Oh, it's time you hear it. You didn't know, baby, I'm crazy about you. I would be lying if I said that I could live my life without you. You know, I don't tell you all the time. You had my heart a long, long time ago. In case you didn't know, you got all of me, and I belong to you. You're my everything. In case you didn't know, baby, I'm crazy about you. I would be lying if I said that I could live my life without you. 'Cause even though I don't tell you all the time, you had my heart a long, long time ago. In case you didn't know, ooh, in case you didn't know, in case you didn't know, ooh, in case you didn't know.
Good morning, Guam. Huh. Fitness Friday. Whoa, yee. Yep.
Look at that.
Wow.
Look at those sunbeams coming right down from the clouds.
Oh my gosh.
And the reflection on the water, that has got to be Tuman Bay.
And the paddlers paddling.
Are there, what, is that a paddler in the,
Yeah,
in the
down
lower
there in the
left?
yeah.
Oh, okay.
Lower left of your screen, ladies and gentlemen, you'll see a couple paddlers.
Half a day if you can hear us.
Right
If-
on.
Hey, you know, they may be watching the link out on the water. You know, the internet works out there.
Good morning on you. It's Friday. Friday, whoa!
That is the now world famous Sabrina quarantine cam.
Yep, the quarantine cam. Sabrina Salas Matanani in quarantine right now at the Dusitani. Good morning, Sabrina.
Good morning, everybody.
Hey!
Be a day.
For those of you who missed yesterday's show,
Yeah, miss a link, miss a lot.
yeah.
We have Sabrina in quarantine. We'll be checking in with Nestor later, who's also in quarantine.
I've got a story about quarantine and trying to help my teammates. I cannot wait to share that. It's a funny story.
Did you go drop stuff?
I did. Okay.
Okay.
No time like the present, right?
Yeah.
So yesterday, I messaged Bree and Nestor, right? I was like, guys, you know, we take care of each other here. We're family, and Nafamaulik and everything. What do you guys need? We take care of our own. And so Nestor, ever humble, right, was like, no, I'm good. You know, like nothing like that. Bree, on the other end, she was like, beer.
Yeah, beer. Beer.
And you know, she wasn't very specific. I'm like, okay, well, you need anything else, you know, because she has it. And I'm saying this because she's too far away to slap me upside the head right now.
Yeah.
She has a tendency to always like steal my Q-tips. So I got her a pack of Q-tips.
Wow.
Because I knew she was going to be on the show. I got her like a pack of the Fisherman's Friend, which really clears, it's the pure menthol. I got her the eucalyptus wipes, which she also steals from me, which she absolutely loves. And then the beer, right? And then her little favorite, the mini chocolate donuts. That was a specific request. Nestor was a little bit more particular. There you go.
Wow.
Nestor also is not an enemy of beer. Let me just set it up like that. So I got him some beer. And okay, for those of you who want to make and what I learned from this, right? This is the point. From what I learned about making the deliveries yesterday, the quarantine facility, right? The QFAC only
What time did you go?
Well, I got there at 12:10.
Right.
And then they said we only accept deliveries between 10 to 12 and 7 to 9. And I was like, okay, good to know, right? So I went back at 7.
What? You didn't take your stuff?
Huh? No, and I was like, that them's the rules, right? And I got no problem with that. I mean, if I was dropping,
You're just that guy that says, this guy plays by the rules. He's going to snitch on us. We better not take his stuff.
If I was dropping...
Sorry, sir, we got to stop accepting things at noon.
I mean, if it was,
Oh, okay, I'll come back at 7.
If it was critical medicine or if it was like clean underwear or something like that, I may have,
You didn't say, this is for Sabrina. You want her to report you?
Well, the most important thing, right, was that apparently they asked me and they're like, oh, is that alcohol? And I'm like, oh, yes. And they're like, okay, is it a 6-pack? Because we can only accept 6 at a time.
Wow.
So if you're thinking about,
they're limited. Their occupancy limit.
Yeah, you cannot send a 30-pack up to like one of your friends. What they will do.
Sorry, Bree.
No, I got her a 6-pack. Nessa bought like a 12-pack because it was cheaper.
You're gonna get a 6 at a time.
But what they say they will do is they might have, like, depending if there's space available, they have like a refrigerator and they'll just put the rest in the fridge and then the guests can call down, because of course they don't want somebody getting completely like hammered and then they won't be able to go in the room and assist them or whatever. It makes perfect sense.
Bree can handle it. Yeah, just tell them no, she can handle it.
Yeah. But Ness was also like a little bit more particular because he's like, Jace, can you just get me like one thing? I'm like, yeah, dude, anything you need, man. We're family and everything. He goes, can I get the Dove body wash? And I was like,
wow.
Cool.
Oh, Nestor, wow.
Yeah.
Nestor used the Dove body wash. That's why his skin looks so soft. Huh?
He's always been very telegenic. The camera loves him, and that's his secret. So I bought Nestor the one Dove. I bought an extra one for me.
That's a secret. Okay.
Yep.
Not anymore.
It's that, and it's what do you call that, sir? The shampoo everyone in the PI use? Palmolive. Yep.
Dude, that stuff is good. The Palmolive shampoo, like the coconut.
Yeah.
The coconut. They call it silk.
I still can't believe they didn't accept your package at 12:10.
No, I had no problem with it.
Of course you didn't.
Whereas you would have raised holy hell.
No, you don't. It's just how you say it. Like,
don't you know who I am? Malfunction!
No. No, you just say, oh, man, it was the traffic.
You're like, hey, haven't you seen me on Instagram? At Malfunction, please follow me, by the way. I did this whole skit about Tanchai around Thanksgiving.
Yeah, all right. No, because at night, it's 7 to 9, right? But so many people come that when I was dropping stuff there, for my mom and my lady, they were saying that, oh, man, we sometimes till after midnight.
Well, it was not bad at all for me last night.
People just keep coming, yeah.
No, it was not bad at all for. And okay, and again, here's another thing.
Guys, if you're just joining us, good morning. It's Friday, May 7th. This is the link. We're doing this show here that we always do every weekday, and we're talking about Jason had gone to drop things to Sabrina and Nestor, who are in quarantine.
And here's the difference, right? Sabrina is in quarantine at the Deuce It. Nestor is in quarantine at what used to be the Outrigger. If you are dropping someone for someone at the Deuce It, you have to go in, that little, the little parking garage in between. Yeah, the plaza in between Underwater World and what used to be the Outrigger. You go up to the second floor and the parking garage, and that's where you go for the Deuce It. They have like a little station, a receiving area. Yeah, and
I just went down to like Nana's Cafe, and then you hang left into.
No, that's if you do the where I had to drop Nestor stuff. So I went twice, and so Nestor's part is you have to go in what's essentially the back entrance for Hard Rock.
Yeah.
So you go in the right side of the plaza, past like the big beautiful mural of the Koku bird, and then in there. But I must say, all the security guards, the guardsmen, the guardswomen, they could not have been more professional.
Yeah.
They were unbelievably amazing.
Good.
And they all said, and I was like, hey man, thank you guys for what you're doing. And they're like, this is how we serve our island. They all said that.
And did you say thank you for your service?
I did.
You did. I know you did.
And also, I also want to give a shout out to to a wonderful guards person last night she's like, wait, are you the guy like on the news dropping
some?
And then I was like, oh, thank you for recognizing
me.
Hey,
yeah, I am.
No, and I was a little bit flattered, and then she goes, man, I used to watch you when I was a little kid. That was so long ago. And I was like, all right, manamko mode.
I hate that. Yep. I hate that. Oh my God, you came to my elementary school.
Yeah. And she's like, can you say like the birthday thing one time? I was like, get off my lawn.
Happy birthday.
But it was cool.
Good for you, man. So there you go. Now you're gonna be dropping food all the time, right? You're gonna find out her shift, and you'll be like, I'm just here to drop food.
Man, we got all members of the family in Zoom today already.
Right. Maybe we should get Nestor and Nick Delgado on here too, and make it a party. Sean Gumatauta. Good morning, Sean.
Hey, Sean.
What's up, Sean?
Hey, good morning, guys. I figured I'd jump in while Jason's not talking about Q-tips anymore. That was probably the conversation.
The weirdest things this guy brings up.
Hey, bro, you know, if you were in quarantine, Sean, I'd be making. I mean, the other thing too. I stopped drinking like a while ago. Whenever I told Bree, I was like, you know how long it's been since I've been on a beer run? I actually forgot how to do it.
Did you ever drink? I don't think you ever did.
I had a few every now and then, but like
I can attest.
Okay.
I want to share with you guys that my daughter Amara just came back for graduation for number 3 kid, and so. I know exactly, Jay, what you're going through in terms of making the runs. So making sure that she was okay in terms of her quarantine. So,
but we do it for the people we love, man.
Back. Oh, absolutely.
Where's she staying? Or is she out already? Okay, good.
Now she's home, but she was. I believe she was over there at the Outrigger too, and so it was. She had a great experience. So the food was great. The view. That. So I guess if you're going to quarantine anywhere in the world, I guess maybe that might be the place to do it.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. Definitely a beautiful view. Waking up to it every morning and the sunset. So.
That's why my mom was like, oh no, I could go into quarantine, because I was like, Mom, I could try and like write a letter or whatever. She's like, no, I could go in because my cousin had just come here for a funeral. And he was in quarantine, and he kept posting like every morning. He'd be like, I'm out here at the Deuced, and he came from the States. He's been living in the States for like 20 years, right? So to come back and it is what it is, right? To spend 6 days in the hole, but I mean, it's a pretty hole, like Bree said yesterday.
Isn't it though? 2 weeks from now, or a couple of weeks away, the new plan may kick into effect that if you're fully vaccinated and you show proof that you can totally just skip out on quarantine. I think I heard that in one of the press conferences while I was away.
Yeah, but that was before. That was before the clusters, I think.
Right. They were gunning for the 15th, but as we were talking before, I think it might have been last week, Chris. We were talking about on the air about, okay, here comes May 1st, but there's a strong chance that it could get punted. Here goes. Right. There you go again with that goalpost, keep moving back and forth and back and forth.
Yeah, I mean, it is frustrating, Sean, because we keep setting these finish lines, right? But COVID, I mean, going back to when they tried to reopen tourism in July of last year, right, which seems totally crazy now. And we keep setting these goals, and COVID keeps reminding us that you can't really set the goals. So I think now the argument is, and I don't know, with the number of positives and even with the deaths, right, it kind of seems like they might have anticipated this with these clusters, but then the other side of the argument is, are we willing to accept these as acceptable losses? Like, are we just going to keep moving forward and understand that with this virus, we're going to have 10, 15 positives. We're going to get positives. We're going to get hospitalizations. We're going to have people die, because we accepted this, Sean, and I felt like we accepted worse conditions than this last year, when we were in peak or 3 and we were getting high positives and people were dying, and we just kept going forward. So I don't know.
I think the biggest thing, as we mentioned last week, was it's hospitalizations. I mean, I can look at all the positives and that we're seeing. We're over 8,000 now in terms of the positive cases of COVID. You can look at maybe the amount of vaccinations that are being put in arms, right? Because we're trying to figure out how do we get to 80, 90%. But it's the hospitalizations that are the ones that, for me, keep me up at night. I mean, if I think this morning on KWAM, you guys had written down, it was like 7. So when it was at 1, 2, 0, it made a lot of sense and made me feel a little bit better, knowing that as we're trying to reopen, that hospitalization number really is the one that's going to drive, not only decision making, it's not, but Chris and Bree, it's not driving the behavior, which is so, call it whacked out if you want, man, because it doesn't make much sense for us to see, everyone's like, okay, I'm trying to get back to normal, but it's going to impact. Hospitalizations could really quickly turn this all around, and we're back to square one.
Right. So seven in the hospital now. Bree, what was it like for you traveling off island? And when you left, we were kind of in this lull, right, of COVID, and to come back and to see this little like mini surge or whatever. I mean, what's that like for you? What's going through your mind?
I was a little nervous coming back. I was like, should I extend? But yeah, I was just a little nervous. But I'm the type that I'll wear 2 masks. I'm constantly sanitizing my hands. I'm just a freak about that. So I'm good, and I'm fully vaccinated. I know that doesn't mean that you're COVID proof, but I think being fully vaccinated and continuing to practice, the social distancing, the hygiene, I think I should be okay.
Right.
But it is concerning. Like, what's going on out here? What are people doing? Are they just not, following the protocols? If you're sick, stay home. Because when I heard about the basketball game, I'm like, the guy was sick and he went to play basketball, or was symptomatic. What were you thinking?
Yeah, and I mean that was kind of, and I feel like the messaging wasn't enough on that end. I mean, we saw how intense the stay home. I mean, you're welcome. The stay home messaging was, but right now I think the messaging, and even before this little surge popped, the messaging was all like, we beat it. We're going to open May 1st, Pat to have vaccinations. There wasn't enough conversation about, hey, if you're sick, stay home, or hey, it was kind of like this asterisk. We'd interview a doctor and they'd go on about, oh, no one's going to go to quarantine. And yeah, May 1st, we're going to open the island. Abiba. And then it was like, oh yeah, if you're sick, stay home. So I think the messaging too was lacking. And man, I ran into this EPAN Mobile, shout out. I go in there and it's always good for me. I'd love to talk to the gas pumpers, the cashiers, because we talked to all the high officials all day, right? And so I was talking to this one girl and she was like, I don't know why the governor's getting mad that we're having a surge when she's the one that reopened everything. So a lot of people out here think that maybe we had reopened too quickly and that this is just kind of the consequence, because we saw it happen last year when we just gunned it open and then there was that crazy surge in August, September. So I don't know. Okay, all right.
You guys are like, let that sink in for a second.
I think you got some infrastructure to do, bro. That's why
Okay, it's 6:38. It's Friday. By the way, the show's brought to you by East West Rental, Cabo Enterprises, IT&E, and Jack in the Box.
We're operating without a net here, folks.
Let's go. Yeah, that's right. There
is no script.
Nope, not at all. Here's who's coming up, guys, on the show. I just texted Dr. Hawaiian, and there's a point that he wanted to kind of bring up, guys, is that all of the hospital admissions are unvaccinated patients. Please ask people to get their vaccines, because that's what everybody wants to know, right? And even with the deaths, right? That's the first thing. Oh, were they vaccinated? So that coming from the Physicians Advisory Group Chair, Dr. Hawaiian.
And it does bear repeating that there is a vaccination clinic today in Talafofo at the gym from 9 to 3. If you want to get tested, you can go to Teedson. They're having that from 9 to 12. Tomorrow we were reporting that there's going to be a vaccination clinic at the Jigo Church at Our Lady of Lourdes, and that is from 9 to 2. Even next Monday, I believe, I'm trying to remember off the top of my head, there's going to be a student vaccination clinic over at GW, I believe. So there's a lot of venues where you can get this. And Dr. Felix Cabrera was emphasizing this during last week's press conference. He's like, it's free.
Yeah. Yep. And if you're sick, stay home. 6:40. Let's go ahead and get into the news now. Sabrina Salas-Manzanani. Rhea, are you doing that? Okay,
right.
Got it. Thanks for the memo.
Yes.
Okay, so with the very latest on this Friday, May 7th, from the KUAM News team, Sabrina Salas-Manzanani. Good morning, Sabrina.
Off a day, everybody. Guam has recorded another COVID-related fatality. It marks the third in less than a week. According to the Joint Information Center, the 139th death occurred at GMH Tuesday just after 7 p.m. The patient was a 70-year-old man with underlying health conditions. He was admitted to GMH on Tuesday and tested positive upon admission. Meanwhile, out of the 324 tests conducted on Tuesday, 4 returned positive for COVID-19, bringing Guam's current case count to 8,020 officially reported cases. 98 are active, while there have been 7,783 recoveries. Guam's CAR score is 1.1. As for vaccinations, a total of 68,596 island residents have been fully immunized. Today's the day as the governor's request for a declaratory judgment goes up before the Guam Supreme Court. The governor filed a petition with the court back in December related to her powers to quarantine and isolate individuals during a public health emergency. The governor is also seeking clarity on whether the court and the legislature can interfere with her quarantine powers under the Organic Act and the Emergency Health Powers Act. Oral arguments are scheduled for 10 o'clock this morning. Another attorney has been removed from representing murder defendant Joyner Sked. Defense counsel Gloria Rudolph filed an ex parte motion requesting to withdraw from the case. Rudolph stated that she has a similarly serious case that also involves a defendant facing life in prison and is unable to provide adequate representation at the same time for both cases. Rudolph informed the court that Sked's case will be very time consuming as there are hundreds of pages of discovery, which she argues will be an unreasonable financial burden. The government did not object to the motion and the court granted the withdrawal. Sked, along with co-defendant Rudy Kanata, is accused of the brutal beating and death of former Umatic Mayor Daniel Sanchez. The court appointed attorney William Poole to the case and continued Sked's arraignment hearing to May 14. Former UFC fighter John Tuck's trial has been moved up a couple of days with jury selection to begin on Monday. Tuck faces rape charges for allegedly sexually assaulting a woman in a parking lot in Tamuning last year. In court yesterday, it was stated that the government anticipates roughly 3 days of presenting evidence and witness testimony. Additionally, the government informed the court that the victim is scheduled to arrive on island soon and has been cleared from quarantine by public health. And here's more news with Isaiah again.
Hafide, good morning, everyone. Guahusi Isaiah again with your headlines here on The Link. Over 20 search warrants were filed in the District Court of Guam this week. The warrants were executed by United States postal inspectors on several packages in which roughly 40 pounds of meth and 7 pounds of marijuana were seized. According to court documents, the separate investigations occurred from November 2020 to April 2021. The packages were mailed into Guam from the mainland and addressed to multiple recipients on the island. Other items were sent along with the drugs to include protein powders, clothing items, Hallmark cards, food items, and dog food treats. One package was also contained THC vape oils. The Department of Administration has begun its second cycle of the Emergency Rental Assistance Program of accepting tenant pre-applications. The ERA program providers will leave to renters to pay for rental and utility arrears as a result of the COVID pandemic. During the first cycle of the program, 2,600 applications received with an estimated 350 deemed ineligible.
I think that the biggest issue we've really come across is a lot of these arrangements are not formal arrangements. A lot of these landlord-tenant arrangements are informal arrangements, but we're trying to have to match that with federal standards. And that's proven to be a little bit problematic. And we're allowing the parties to go back and formalize the arrangement so that they can qualify.
For those that were deemed ineligible under the first cycle, they have 20 days to appeal their case. For new applicants under Cycle 2, the last day to file for the ERA program is May 21st. For more details, email era@doa.guam.gov or call 638-4518 or 4519, weekdays between 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. The Guam Visitors Bureau has presented the latest update on the tourism reopening and has been the consensus it will be a long, slow climb back. GVB Vice President Jerry Perez addressed a joint virtual meeting with the Chamber and GHRA. He says the estimated global loss is $1.3 trillion, more than 10 times the loss suffered during the 2008 global recession. A full recovery of global tourism is not expected until at least 2024. Meanwhile, GVB is projecting a mere 82,000 arrivals this fiscal year, just 5% of the pre-COVID level. One bright spot might be vaccination tourism. Perez says GVB has received many inquiries from U.S. citizens in nearby foreign countries about getting vaccinated here.
I believe President Carl has already sent a note to the governor requesting an allocation of 1,500 vaccines for us to test out this program in order to see if it really would work for us. And the benefit of this basically is that it would help jumpstart a tourism value chain that is in atrophy from more than a year shutdown.
Perez says it would be first a proof of concept to determine the actual demand. He said vaccine tourism was not pushed earlier because the priority was on getting local residents vaccinated first. Mayors can soon get assistance to help with their fiscal year 2021 insufficiency. Here's more. A few weeks ago, the Mayor's Council of Guam had a meeting with the governor to discuss the shortfall for fiscal year 2021. Governor Lou Leon Guerrero had asked the council to submit a list of the deficiency. During the mayor's monthly meeting at the Tamuning Senior and Community Center on Wednesday, Executive Director Angel Sablan said the actual shortfall is $2.8 million in revenue loss, which would affect.
That's in personnel and the short appropriation from SMB, the short appropriation in island-wide beautification, and the short appropriation from PSSEP.
Sablan hopes the governor would honor the inadequacies of fiscal year 2021.
She's already committed to providing us some of the funds, and in addition to that, I also included some of the requests that we were going to ask her to fund, like the additional money for the cleanup. I'm asking for at least $500,000 every quarter up to FY22. So that's 2.5 million. We have one quarter left of this fiscal year.
Sablan added that they also requested additional funding to help with operations, which will allow them to lease or purchase heavy equipment, including backhoes, dump trucks, tractor mowers with side cutter attachments, air curtain burners, and mulchers. The initial request was submitted in February, and a follow-up request was also sent in April, according to Council President and PD Mayor Jesse Allig. Allig said he is uncertain as to when to hear back from the governor, but hopes to get the funds by the later part of June. The assistance for the shortfall in revenue loss will be paid through the American Rescue Plan Act. That's the news for now. We'll see you all at 6 tonight on Primetime.
Funding for the Paycheck Protection Program has finally run out. The Small Business Administration issued a statement saying after more than a year of operation and serving more than 8 million small businesses, funding for the bipartisan Paycheck Protection Program has been exhausted. According to the latest SBA statistics, a total of 1,310 loans were approved for Guam businesses, totaling a little over $100 million. The SBA will continue funding outstanding approved PPP applications, but any new qualifying applications will only be funded through community financial institutions, which are financial lenders who serve underserved communities. In other news, a bill to stiffen the penalties for illegal trash dumping drew strong support at a public hearing yesterday. The measure would raise fines and incentivize agency employees who write up violators. Nestor Lecanto has more.
The bill by Senator Sabina Perez is designed to provide some much-needed help for Guam EPA, which has been fighting a losing battle for years against illegal dumping and littering. Her proposal is to expand the scope of the Litter Control Revolving Fund and give a percentage of the fines to the agency of the person who writes a successful ticket.
These amendments address the fact that not only is illegal dumping a complex and systemic issue, but the onus is on all of our agencies and not just Guam EPA to effectively attend to this issue.
The measure also raises the fine for littering from $200 to $500, but DPW Director Vince Arreola believes that's not enough.
If someone is guilty of littering or illegal dumping, I think judges shouldn't have any leeway to impose a fine. I think it should be mandatory, and I think the mandatory penalties should be $1,000. I think it should be mandatory to perform 160 hours minimum of community service.
Arreola says the amount of money the island spends on cleaning up other people's trash is inexcusable. He says the DPW bush cutting crews spend half their time picking up garbage before they can start working. He says such sanctions are necessary, and if that's not enough,
I believe they should spend a weekend in jail.
For Guam's News Network, I'm Nestor Lecanto.
In national news, President Biden is on the road again to tout his $2.3 trillion infrastructure plan. Natalie Brand reports.
President Biden heads to Lake Charles, Louisiana today to make a case for what he calls an historic investment in infrastructure.
To generate economic growth, employment, and put us in a position where we can outcompete any other country in the world.
The president will speak in front of the nearly 70-year-old Calcasieu River Bridge, which was designed to last 50 years. Later, he'll visit a water treatment plant in New Orleans.
We are hoping to get funding, and the fact is that the system is aged. It is no longer even repairable. If something breaks, you have to make the part.
Louisiana is also the home state of Senator Bill Cassidy, one of the Republicans working to find a compromise with the White House on the infrastructure plan. Senator Cassidy says they may be closer to a deal than many people think, but told Fox News Sunday that the president's current plan is too expensive and doesn't focus enough on traditional infrastructure.
When people say, wait a second, I like this because we need a new bridge across the Calcasieu River in Lake Charles, I'm saying this plan will not give it to you.
Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell opposes the president's idea of paying for it with tax hikes.
If that's the condition for doing a massive infrastructure bill, I won't be voting for it. And I suspect no Republicans will.
Senator McConnell accused the administration of being too liberal and added that he's 100% focused on standing up to President Biden's agenda. Natalie Brand, CBS News, the White House.
And finally, vaccination clinics continue today and Saturday at the UOG Calvo Fieldhouse from 11 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. and at the Talafofo Gym from 9 a.m. to 3 o'clock this afternoon. On Saturday, a vaccination clinic will be held in Jigo at the Lady of Lourdes Catholic Church from 9 a.m. to 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Additionally, free COVID rapid testing will be held at the Farmers Co-op Market in Dededo today from 9 a.m. to 12 noon. You do not have to have symptoms, just bring an ID, and it is limited to 4 people per vehicle. That's your news. Stay tuned for more on the link after the break.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time each Friday to talk food, taste food, and bring you all the latest and greatest in food from King's Restaurants and Ruby Tuesday Guam, old faves, new hits, and everything on the menu in between. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link. Uno Go, delivering meals from your favorite restaurants and more, including delivering sodas and adult beverages from the Bottle Shack. Visit uno-go.com or download the app today. Also follow them on Instagram and Facebook.
June makes the best malasadas in Hawaii, a fact not lost on Darrow, whose brother Byron is cooking the onaga he caught at his secret fishing spot with his girlfriend Malia, who used to work for the Shave Ice Guy, whose second cousin Vince drives the school bus ridden by Calais, whose auntie makes the best malasadas in Hawaii. Everything here is connected, and with the new First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, you can stay just as connected to your finances, and it all starts with yes.
After a year with so many games and events delayed or unplayed, the world is ready for anything and everything in the world of sports. KUAM Communications is ready with more games, more championships, and more specials that are guaranteed to bring out the fan in you. Don't miss a minute of gameplay from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the action and excitement. Brought to you locally by Michelob Ultra, Superior Light Beer, and Docomo Pacific. Just more great reasons to tune in and turn on so you'll fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
Catch SportsLink on the KUAM News Morning Show, The Link, every Friday to hear about the latest in sports news, game schedules, athlete profiles, and more. SportsLink, brought to you each week by Cure Alkaline Water, airs every Friday across the multimedia platforms of KUAM. Tune into the broadcast on Breeze 93.9 FM on KUAM TV 11, live streaming through the KUAM News Facebook page, or view highlights on YouTube, KUAM News Facebook, and Instagram. SportsLink is hosted by Dave Delgado through KUAM Sports, and he will make sure that everyone knows what is happening on the field, in the gyms, and everywhere in between.
Big Navy, this is Anderson Air Force Base. We are experiencing some unknown electrical disturbances. Do you copy? Sir, you're breaking up.
Let it be known we rep Guam and the scene of mine. Let it be known we represent the island line. Yeah, let it be known we living out our dream. We keep our eyes on the prize and fulfill our destiny.
Let it be known we rep Guam and the scene of mine. Let it be known we represent the island line. Yeah, let it be known we living out our dream. We keep our eyes on the prize and fulfill our destiny. Creeping around the corner, twirling my flag like a helicopter. I'm repping my language, my culture, so fuck them haters. I'm a Latin stone soldier. Damn, they should've told ya. Been in this game so long, my people call me Totomola. North side, get it, south side, get it, east side, get it, west side, get it. Sa ko the box, sinya pumara. Binamekto sa balilinggo, lingua hinita. But no kita mo, sa representa ita no mo. Language sa better na miso, kalala ni helicopter. Sa mga hisi, ain't so to sa nilek na.
All right. Hey, there's a water outage in Enron. Enron Mayor's office communicating with GWA staff. And they're trying to figure out where the water break is on the line. FYI, guys. In the Zoom room, 657.
Oh, and real quick, I know I was saying testing earlier. I want to correct something. I was saying testing is at Teaden today. Testing for free COVID testing is actually at the Farmers Co-op, as we've been reporting today, 9 to 12. If you need to get free COVID testing, results available on site. Of course, you do not need to exhibit any sort of symptoms. 9 to 12 at the Farmers Co-op. If you need testing for travel, just head up the road to the Public Health Northern Community Health Center, and they will set you up there.
Wow. 658. Sean Gumatau. Where you at, Sean?
Hey.
Right. Let's pop you up in there. All right. So Sean's got this great podcast. That's it. That's all. And, I was actually trying to write a description of it yesterday, Sean. So how would you describe this podcast that you do?
The best way to describe it is it's, kind of what comes to mind, some of the issues of the day, and in terms of, sometimes it's education, sometimes I think I did one about turning 50. So at least in terms of kind of running the gamut, it allows me to just a bit more creativity. And this week's podcast is, as we're celebrating Asian and Pacific Islander Heritage Month, it's kind of my reflections on that month, and it's a little bit different than the average bear. And hope you guys are listening. I do mention Sabrina in the actual podcast.
Nice.
So.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna have to
actually, I
tune in.
mentioned Tomas Maglonia and then Sabrina.
Ah, yes,
Yeah.
Tomas.
Sean, there's a lot of debate on Twitter about this AAPI, right? And I see a lot of stuff from Pacific Islanders who don't want to be in the shadow of Asian Americans. Because, Asian Americans, that's a huge ethnic group. That's China, right? And Pacific Islanders,
right.
We're like really, like half an asterisk with AAPI. So, what do you make of that?
Yeah,
Is that woke talk or is it legit?
No, when we look at the in terms of population, in terms of activity relative to small businesses, when we look at it and just overall, the Pacific Islander community is much smaller in terms of, their footprint on America. And it's interesting, back in the 80s, when on the SATs in high school, as soon as I think when I took mine and you see Chamorro as a click, you knew that we've come somewhere when you're able to, to do that. But it's over time, it's such a smaller group. But that does not mean that just because you're a smaller group that you haven't contributed much to the fabric of America, because there's been quite a bit of Pacific Islander Americans who really stand out in many, many different levels of our society. And I spent a little bit of time on it for this particular podcast. It was that tweet from Tomas Manglone. I gotta love that kid.
Right. Yeah.
So it was kind of made me think about it a little bit more. And so it's my little take on it, and I hope you guys will all listen in.
That's a good angle, Sean, to talk about the AAPI and what it means in terms of eligibility for grants and all that stuff. A lot of times, Pacific Islanders, I mean, we're already back of the bus, but to be lumped in with Asian Americans and trying to maintain visibility and pursuing these opportunities, sometimes it's a struggle, right?
Yeah, it is. And in fact, when you look at some of these national organizations, even from the White House down, you'd have maybe 3/4 of it will be Asians, and then maybe a quarter Pacific Islanders. Not even that amount. Yeah. I mean, it just tells you, though we're really a part of the American family at times, and we're very contributing members of the American family, that at times we're just kind of misrepresented. So I figured for the listeners of the podcast, it was a chance just to kind of talk a little bit about it and a little bit different take of it, and just my obviously growing up in the Bay Area and Guam and all that. So it's kind of a unique podcast. But Chris and Bree, I think it's understated that Pacific Islanders really do contribute to way more than people might think, and we should really celebrate that all the time.
Yeah, there was a Pacific Islander whose name was on your money, guys. Her signature was on your money.
She had a last name kind of matched mine.
Yeah, I know.
But also, when I think of, when I think back to the 80s, a Pulitzer Prize winning photographer, my friend and our friend Manny Crisostomo won it at the Detroit Free Press, and people were saying, "How did that guy win it?" And so we kind of forget about these folks who have really blazed the trail for many of us to do what we do today.
Amen. Well, Sean, Jason posted the link up in the comments. That's it. That's all. It's on Spotify. It's on
Audible, it's on Apple Podcasts, it's anywhere you can get your podcast. Please subscribe to Sean's show, because it's good stuff from a guy who's seen a thing or two.
Right on. Hey, thanks for swinging by, Sean.
Hey guys, have a great day and welcome back, Sabrina. Just wanted to say hi. I get a chance to say good morning and welcome back.
There you go. All right.
Thanks.
Sean.
Welcome back to your girls, and congratulations as they prepare to graduate.
Congratulations to you, Chris, on your graduation from FD.
Sean.
Awesome stuff.
Right on. 7:02. Okay, Sean. Daphne, go ahead and you can take the seat that's 6 feet from where Sean's was. And it's just a little crowded in the Zoom room because we've got Sabrina live from quarantine. Now joining us in the Zoom room, Daphne Shimizu, Revenue Tax Director. Good morning, Daphne.
Half a day, Chris. Half a day, Sabrina. Half a day, Jason, and half a day, Guam.
Hi, Daph.
Wow. So, you know what? One, thank you for getting me on. As you know, we continue to process EIP. We continue to process refunds. Just yesterday, we did process another a little bit over $2 million in EIP3 payments. So those are going out to the treasurer today, and people can expect those. So that brings our total EIP3 payments to a little bit over actually just shy of 203 million. So it's $202,995. So that is really, really exciting. That means that, of course, just a little bit over a month ago, actually just a little bit shy of a month ago, our plan did get approved. So, right away we try to get payments out, and it's just nice to be able to get payments out to our people. I've been getting, calls from people who say that they have been receiving their payments. But if you haven't received a payment yet, and perhaps, it could be due to, there are issues with Social Security cards or some other information that might be missing, please, one, get onto our website and check the status to see if a check has been processed. If a check has been processed, give it a little bit of time, like a week or two. Sometimes I know people may see that there is a check that's sitting, or there is information on a check or a direct deposit that's sitting in the system, but they haven't received it after a couple of days. Just give it a little time. As you know, Bree, the process is it goes from Rev and Tax, where we process the payments and checks, whether they're checks or EFTs. We do transmit those checks and the EFT information to the Treasurer of Guam, generally by the next morning. So if we process payments and, like last night, it'll go over to Treasurer this morning. And then, of course, Treasurer does have their own process of making sure that they stamp and stuff those checks and get them out in the mail. And then also they, do process the EFTs. So, perhaps those will be coming out over the weekend and through next week. But, again, if you don't receive it, but you see that you do have a check that has been processed, just give it a little bit of time. But if it has been processed and you haven't received it after a couple of weeks, then, the process is, and I know people have been asking, what if I don't get my check? You can contact the Treasurer of Guam. They do receive back all of those checks that get returned in the mail, if there is a check that's returned in the mail. And sometimes the checks are not returned in the mail for some reason. But the Treasurer, of course, I think my understanding is that they will not process a stop payment if there's a need to until 15 days after the checks have been issued. So, for example, if we issue a check on the 10th and you haven't gotten it back yet or you haven't received it in a week, even if you do go to Treasurer, they will not yet process a stop payment because they do allow for a certain time period before they start processing stop payments, which is actually reasonable. So, again, if you have an issue with not receiving it right away, give it a little bit of time. But if you are concerned, go ahead and you can contact the Treasurer. The Treasurer does receive all those checks back.
Dafa, I wanted to ask about the process of paying out, which EIP 3 payments are paid out. Does it go by data file? And if so, what date are we on? And then, okay, go ahead and answer that. And then I had another comment in the comments.
Okay, so how EIP3 works is first we look for your 2020 return, right? If you've got a validly filed and processed 2020 return in our system. If you don't have a validly filed and processed 2020 return, then we look for a validly filed and processed 2019 return. And so, as I mentioned before, when we just started processing back in April 10, what we were doing is our system first looks for all of those 2020 returns. And again, we did not begin to receive 2020 returns until Feb 12th. So it started looking at all of the returns for 2020 that began to be received on Feb 12th. And then, those were cut first. And then after the system exhausts all the 2020 validly filed and processed returns and say don't have one in our system that's validly filed and processed, it goes back and it looks at 2019 and it checks to see if you have a validly filed and processed 2019. And so that's the process, right? So it starts out Feb 12 because, again, it has to look at 2020 first because that's the primary year that we have to pay on, and then it goes back.
Therese comments in, question for Daphne. How long does it take to get response from website inquiry regarding overpayment of EIP3?
You know what, with regards to responses, we try our best to get back to all of our, questions and things that we get on the contact us section of our website, or I know even our PIN admin as well. We do our best to get back to you. If you haven't received a response after your first inquiry, don't be shy to send another request or response so that way we can get back to you. I myself also receive direct, inquiries, and I do my best either to respond or make sure that I forward those off. But if you don't receive a response right away, or, maybe give it a day or two, and if you don't receive a response after a couple of days, go ahead and again, send another request. And, I actually, of course, work with our team to make sure we can turn those around. We're trying our best. Actually, as you know, the May 17 deadline is coming up pretty quickly. Two Mondays from now is the deadline for the individual tax deadline. So, what we're trying to do right now and what our team is working on right now is we're still continuing to do the drive-through drop-off service. And that will happen all the way until May 17. After May 17, we will not have the drive-through drop-off for Forms 1040 anymore. We're going to go ahead and because, of course, that the individual deadline will have passed, and we believe that the volume of returns we're going to be receiving is going to be dropping again until probably October 15. So, if you haven't received a response, go ahead and just send another request. And then, again, just take note that, our team is out here Monday through Friday, 8 to 5 to receive your 1040s. Whether generally it's without a payment, but if you're going to pay by check, we also receive those, so you don't have to come in. And but we're doing our best to get back to people. Thank you again. I always want to thank our people for their patience. It's difficult, I know, even for myself as I contact other agencies or try to get services, I know there's a lot of delays. Even as I talk with my own son, who is he's actually in in Las Vegas, and when he's tried to get some government services, I always try to get from him kind of his input on how things go there and what things are like. So it helps me to gauge, as well, what's going on, in different places in the nation and not just on Guam. So, I know all over, the nation and probably the world, there's a lot of, delays in government services. But, we are doing our best. And I believe that once we get past the May 17 deadline, that will be, we'll be able to pull our team members who are normally outside in. And we're excited to have that done. I know I see you, Bree, that you're in quarantine, but, we're excited because, we're hopeful that, even though we see people in quarantine and, we're seeing, of course, our numbers drop, and, condolences to the families that lost their three family members over the last 3 days. But, again, we're hopeful that, we're going to be getting out of this, public health emergency, hopeful and prayerful that soon it'll happen. But it's nice to see that we're getting back to some level of normalcy, I think, and that's what we're trying to do here at our agency.
Daph, what's the status on tax refund payments?
On tax refund payments, we did process more payments this week, a little bit over 5 million, I believe, and that was through Feb 18. And, the great thing is, we've been working great with Department of Administration, Ed Byrne, and also our fiscal, our chief fiscal officer. We are in communication with regards to refunds. We're doing our best to allocate more resources to that. But if you have a validly filed and processed A status return as of Feb 18, then those payments those refunds were processed this week, and those were transmitted since, I believe, Wednesday to the treasurer. So, that's exciting. We're doing our best to be processing weekly and both EIP3 and of course refunds, and you'll see that. And again, our goal is to get payments out to our people, and we're excited to be able to do that. We're hoping that we can get more and more, payments out every week, and so that, people can get those. But we're still at Feb 18 right now in terms of the payment of refunds.
How has the operation of your new vehicle registration satellite office been?
Well, I believe it's been going pretty well. I have actually gone up there multiple times. I've also received comments from various people about our operations there. And in fact, great thing is, of course, DPW and Contractors Licensing Board, they've been really great. As you know, there's the Contractors Licensing Board that's right there at the front at that Business License Permit Center building, along with our Business License Permit Center agencies. Right behind that space is there's a parking lot there that's designated just for our vehicle registration services. When I've gone up there, to be honest, it's been pretty, things go really smoothly. The lines go pretty quickly. I haven't been there where there's a really long line. And so, we think it's been running very smoothly, and we're very happy up there. Of course, there may be people, again, that may not be clear on what services are there. It's only vehicle registration services that are at DPW Building B. We no longer do vehicle registration services here at DRT in Barragata because that has moved. And, of course, what that meant for us, again, Bree and Jason and Chris, is that driver's license walk-ins can now be done Monday through Friday. I drove up this morning, just of course about 6:30, and to be honest, the line was quite short in relation to what we've seen. Where if you're familiar with this area, usually early on back in January when we just opened up for walk-in, of course, GPD was assisting us, and the line would go up toward SNU, past Vinny's, and go up toward SNU in Barragata Heights. There were times that line was actually all the way up, I guess, like right there by SNU, people would have cars there. But this morning I drove up, and really, if you know where the Slingstone is, or like past the mobile, that was where the line was, and that was at 6:30. So, again, I think that we're seeing that, we're seeing our lines, we're seeing kind of things hopefully begin to stabilize. Hopefully people know that Thursday and Friday you can come in for walk-in. If you don't know what we did, and, just to the listening audience, what we've done is we've moved our vehicle registration services down to DPW Building B. That means that vehicle registration services are now available for walk-in Monday through Friday. We've also moved our driver's license. Well, we haven't moved our driver's license services physically, but now you can have 5 days a week walk-in services for driver's license. And of course, for our Manumco, our individuals with disabilities, and our veterans, although we do have the 8 to 9 servicing hour for them, and then, 9 o'clock was when we start for the general public, our team actually here for all services, will be servicing our Manumco, our individuals with disabilities, and our veterans throughout the day, even on the driver's license side. I do need to share, though, on driver's license, because we do go through a social security verification, and that actually, our system actually links to the social security website, and that social security website gets maintained or goes through a maintenance every single day. When that site goes down, or for maintenance, probably around midnight or around that time, Eastern time, our system actually goes down. And I have checked multiple times. Are you sure, guys, that it's really, there's nothing we could do? We've checked also with it's a national association. This is just the what we have to deal with, because again, SSA has to go through their daily updates. But so sometimes around the afternoon, it may be difficult for us to service, because if the SSA site goes down early or for maintenance, it may cause some challenges. But we are open Monday through Friday from 8 to 5. We do our best to service this, driver's license. But again, driver's license services, because of the SSA issue or the SSA site having to be maintained, it's difficult for us to serve that after like a certain time, like 3 or 4. Sometimes it may go down, and it depends. It's not consistent every day.
Daph, what about those people who didn't get EIP 1 or EIP 2?
Okay, great. So for those people who didn't get EIP 1 or 2, and I know we talked about that before, is if you didn't get your EIP 1 or 2, right, and EIP 1, the last date that we paid EIP 1 was December 31. The last date that we paid EIP 2 was March 19. If you didn't receive it for some reason, say you didn't file a return, say you didn't qualify because your income may have been too high, but then in your 2020 return, for 2020, your income may have dropped, or so it made you eligible for more. If you filed your 2020 return, make sure that you talk with your tax preparer, so that way they indicate, that you have not received the EIP. There's a rebate recovery credit worksheet that's on, or that's, that is utilized for that. Please talk with your tax preparers, make sure that they indicate that. But I'm happy to say, for those people who are filing 2020 returns, where we're paying refunds, there are rebate recovery credits that are included in those refunds. So that means that there are people who may not have received EIP 1 or 2 that are already receiving those as as rebate recovery credits as we're paying out the 2020 refunds. And that's exciting. That means, again, for the people who may not have received it, there are some that are beginning to, as in the form of rebate recovery credit. And again, you'll need to file your 2020 return. If you have not filed one and you didn't get EIP 1 or 2, you will not be able to get the rebate recovery credit unless you file a 2020 return. So you really have to file your 2020 return, again, if you hadn't received your EIP 1 or 2.
Daph, just real quick, so if someone received the EIP 1 but it wasn't the full amount, would that be because it had been garnished? Because what were some of the, or go ahead, because I'm talking with a friend who didn't get the full amount of the EIP 1,
So EIP 1, so the only, there's EIP 1, 2, and 3. The only EIP 1 was garnished, or it was garnishable, and it was only garnishable for child support. EIP 2 and 3, Congress removed that requirement, or that garnishment, right? So there was no garnishments for EIP 2 or 3, only for EIP 1. And again, for EIP 1, the only garnishment was for child support. And so, if somebody didn't receive it, the full amount, and it was due to child support, no, they will not get that, right? Because of course that went toward a debt or something outstanding that they owed. If it was for another reason, say for example, when we processed EIP 1 or 2, and say you didn't get the full amount. So say for EIP 2, instead of getting 600, I got only 400 because my 2019 income was, too high. But then 2020 comes along and, my income may have dropped because my hours, I had reduced hours or I lost my job. So if my income dropped due to, and I am due that additional $200, when I file my 2020, I can get it, right? So it's important to note that it's still possible for people to get either the full amount or get that amount if they qualify on their 2020 return. For EIP 3, because of course we're still paying those out, right? There are some people who are concerned that EIP 3 is being based on a 2019 return, and that's because that's what's validly filed and processed. And of course, it's like, well, if I, and the question is, well, can you process based on a 2020? Because if the 2020, I would be getting more, because for 2020, I would be getting more. Now, remember for EIP 3, there's what's called an additional payment provision. And that additional payment provision allows for us to pay, out an additional EIP. So for example, if you've received your EIP BRE based on your 2019 return, EIP 3, because you didn't have a 2020 return validly filed and processed, say you didn't file it yet, or say we haven't processed it yet, and you only received $1,000 because we based it on your 2019 return, and this is for EIP 3. But based on your 2020 return, you would have gotten the full $1,400. As long as you file your 2020 return by August 15, 2021, it is possible for us to make a payment to you for that additional $400. And I'm using that example, that is an example, right? And that's because, again, Congress recognized, that it was important that, we saw for EIP 1 and 2, people had to wait until they filed their 2020 returns to receive these rebate recovery credits, right? This additional payment provision allows for people to receive that additional amount on a 2020 return, even prior to us getting into the next year. So, there's going to be a couple of different opportunities for, if you want to call it a true up, right? If you don't get it all because we processed it on a 2019, but you would get a little bit more on the 2020, it's possible, again, as long as you file it by August 15, for you to get that difference. And then again, say you file your 2021 return and you still haven't gotten the full EIP 3, but based on your 2021 income, we still, again, can true up based on that. So, again, Congress allowed for these additional payments so that, people wouldn't have to wait. And we could use the most current information that we have, again, versus people having to wait until the next year to file their return to get it. So again, if you haven't received the full amount because it was based on a 2019, but you would get more on your 2020, please file your return by August 15, 2021, so that we can pay that additional difference out before the end of this year.
Def, what about in a situation where you received EIP 1, but you never received EIP 2? So,
okay. And of course, in EIP 2 and 3, what we saw was that the Congress actually began to reduce the phase out thresholds. It could be because of a phase out threshold, perhaps, I'm not sure. But, we saw, like, even, for example, we're getting to, on EIP 3, the complete phase out for EIP 3 for a joint filer is $160,000. For EIP 1, the phase out was just shy of $200,000. And so, it's possible that could be the case. It's also possible that maybe, again, EIP 1, EIP 1 could have been based on a 2018 or 2019 return, if you recall. And we do really go by the actual most recent return that is filed when we do go by the information on the return, and we have to validate. So I know sometimes people are concerned, like, I got my EIP for EIP 1, it was based on my 2018 return, everything was fine, and I received it. When I got my 2019 return was processed, though, there was a problem. Sometimes, people have to be also mindful of their name and social security number, that it actually is correct on all returns. and also their addresses, because what we see sometimes is your name, for whatever reason, maybe like for myself, my name is hyphenated, and there are times that it's just too long for me to kind of want to deal with. So I just put M as my middle initial. But the reality is my name is really Daphne Mancevich Shimizu. So it must, whatever you put on your return, whether for yourself, your spouse, or your dependents, must tie with the Social Security information. So please look at your Social Security cards. Make sure that your children's or dependents, your spouse, yourself, that your names tie with your Social Security card. Because sometimes we run into that. And, again, you could have a different tax preparer. You could be in a rush when you're doing your return. Just make sure that you utilize the same information, the right information, the information that ties with your official, especially it has to be your Social Security card.
I'm still trying to. Go ahead, Chris.
No, go ahead.
I just got back on island. I'm still kind of trying to catch up, but I think I read somewhere that there's a meeting next week with the governor and the legislature regarding the ARP funds. And previously, I think the governor was mentioning that all the government agency directors were to submit a wish list, right? So did DRT submit one, and what exactly is on your wish list?
Okay, so absolutely, of course, you know what, for us, really, we are very service-oriented, right? The majority of our branches are customer-facing. We have many types of services here. And as you know, we've had issues with, of course, our call center. We've had issues as well with backlogs and driver's license. Number one is, of course, our modernization efforts. We want to try to, move as much as possible to online platforms so that we can reduce the number of people that actually have to physically come here into our office. Also, we did want to, try to get a little bit more headcount, perhaps. I mean, even if it's just for a short period so that we can, again, get caught up with the backlog and not have to worry. Of course, again, like I was mentioning, there weren't as many people as we're used to seeing, out here on Route 16 for driver's license. But, we do know that there are days where there's a huge backlog. We also know that where we have a huge amount of people, and we do know that there is a bit of a backlog. So, to try to get caught up with that. So really a lot of our efforts are focused on modernization, are focused on, of course, our team and trying to get more headcount. And, the great thing, and, Governor and Lieutenant Governor have been hugely supportive of our efforts to try to expand our workforce. And, of course, make sure that our team is taken care of as well. And so, we're really very grateful to them. But again, the majority of our asks are regarding modernization. And, that's been huge for us. We actually, we are at a little bit over 4,800 e-filed forms 1040, and that's very exciting. I'm looking at it all the time, and hopeful that we'll continue to receive people's e-file 1040s. But Bree, in this next year, of course, in this year, we're going to be moving our driver's license system online. We're really excited about being able to have that service online. Yeah. And of course, as you know, Governor has mentioned that our goal to move to our business license online, right? So new business license applications can be submitted online. And those are some of our goals that, of course, she set forth. And, but, again, we want to continue to modernize. We want to continue to move toward online platforms. What we talk about perhaps organizational resilience, right? And our ability to be able to adapt in the event that there is such, in case we run into another situation where we have a public health emergency like this. And what we don't want to have happen is, to not be able to be prepared for such things. So, a lot of our efforts are really geared toward that. And that's really, again, where the majority of our monies, our asks is for more headcount and for modernization. And again, we're hopeful and we're grateful to Gov and LT for their continued support for that.
I just wanted to make sure I clear this question out because we have somebody who wants us to ask, what kind of documents do we need to get driver's license?
Okay. So, if you want a Real ID compliant driver's license, of course, there are 5 things that you have to prove. It's identity, social security number, you have to prove birth, residency. And so and forgive me if I missed the 5th, But if you go to our websites, guamtax.com or myguamtax.com, there is a section there on the right side where you can go ahead and find out what you need, so that way when you come in, you will have all the proper documents. And I highly suggest that you do that, because there are certain things that can be there's certain proofs that can be done by multiple types of documents. And so, like for example, proof of a social security number. If you don't have a social security card, you can actually use a 1099 or a W-2 from the last 5 years. And so, again, there's different documents that are required. And just because I don't want to, provide that list and it not be exactly correct, and also I may miss a substitute document that's allowed. If you go to our website, you'll be able to find that information. And again, especially if you want a real ID compliant ID, it's going to be very important that you really look at that list of documents very closely. For example, some common things that we see, Bree, that, that may happen, which cause issues, are a mayor's verification. The mayor's verification may not be within 30 days, or, the mayor's verification is only, I guess it's only valid for 30 days. Sometimes people come in and it's, it's after 30 days. And that's, of course, an issue because it's no longer considered valid. And so, of course, you need to make sure that that document is valid. Sometimes people who may need, of course, our permittees are, and I know you guys have younger children, but our permittees, right? People who have just permits, when they're moving from a permit to to convert, they have to bring a traffic clearance. Sometimes those traffic clearances, or they may not have them with them, or they may have, again, some that come in and their traffic clearances are not valid anymore because they're expired. So, you need to look at the list of documents, but you also need to make sure that when you do come in, that those documents are still valid. So it's very important, again, because especially when it comes to real ID compliant IDs, we have very strict requirements that we have to comply with, because those are basically it's the requirements of U.S. Homeland Security. And so we have to make sure that we comply with those. To kind of pivot off of that, though, and I'm sorry, I have a call at 7:30, which I'm a little bit late for, but to pivot off of that really quickly, just one last thing is that, of course, the Real ID compliance deadline was October 1, 2020 at first, and then it became October 1, 2021. Now it's been moved, I believe, to 2023. So I know there was a lot of concern about, okay, I need a Real ID compliant ID, what I need to get in right now. So, I want to let people know that deadline, again, has been moved, and we're grateful that it's been moved because, of course, it gives our people more time to get those Real ID compliant IDs. And I'm really excited because as we've been working with our programmers, Bree and Chris, one thing that we want to make sure that people can actually do online is that for certain circumstances, be able to get a renewal or a replacement of a Real ID compliant driver's license or Guam ID online. And so these are the things that we're working to really get toward as we work with our programmers. We're hopeful that that's going to happen before the end of the year. And we just can't wait. I've been talking with our driver's license team. We all can't wait till that happens. And we're working really hard towards it because, not only will it help us here, it also help our people. People will not have to come in again as long as they already have a Real ID compliant ID and that ID is in our system and their documents are valid. So that's exciting for us because right now, if you need a Real ID compliant ID, you must come in. But I'm sorry, I've really got to go. Just really quickly, though, one thing, if you don't mind, this past week or this month is what's called, I think it's called International Cree-to-Shay Awareness Month. And for those people who don't know what Cree-to-Shay is, it's actually a syndrome. It's a disorder or syndrome where basically it's your fifth chromosome is short. We have 23 chromosomes, right, that make up our DNA. And so the fifth chromosome is short. And this past week, because we do have a colleague, Jamie Lonnie, her daughter's name is Savannah Joe. We were out trying to support Team Savannah Joe and to get awareness of Cree-to-Shay. And it is, again, it's something that is only found, I guess, in 1 of 50,000 births. May 5th was, I guess, Awareness Day, but this month is International Awareness Month for Cree-to-Shay. So I want to just give a shout out to to Team Savannah Joe and Savannah Joe. And, again, to get the word out on this type of disability or this type of syndrome, because, there are a lot of families, of course, Bree and Chris and Jason, that, they may have a family member who has a certain affliction or disease or a sickness, and people may not be aware of it. And again, we just want to get awareness out for Savannah Joe and for all of those that may have this Kritisha, and so again, thank you for your time, and apologies because I have another call. And welcome home, Sabrina.
Thanks, Jeff.
All right. Thanks so much. Have a great day, Guam. Have a great day, Chris, Jason,
I'll
and
see
Bree.
you. Right on. There you go. Always a lot.
Daphne packs more quality information in a half-hour interview than you would get like an entire week conference. And it's good stuff. We have the website up there too, so please, everybody, please take advantage of what the director said. And, like myguamtax.com or guamtax.com, they have all of the documents. They have information that you need. I also saw when they were scrolling that there's an advisory on their website that says if you are using a iPhone or an iPad and you've updated to iOS 14, there may be a incompatibility issue if you're using Safari. So if you're trying to make a payment over your phone, just check out their website for that.
We did have a couple comments here. Marilyn writes in, good morning, Guam. Can the people of Guam submit their wish list to the governor and lieutenant governor? RISE Act, local stimulus. I was going to ask her about the RISE Act, Bree, but the last time she came on, which is about a little more than a week ago, because, every time she comes on, we ask her about this RISE Act.
Yeah.
So I asked her, and the last time she was like, I don't have any update, and if I have an update, I'll be sure to share it with you. Which is like the nice way of saying, like, God, quit asking me about that because I don't know. But
it'll be interesting to see if that's going to be brought up during that meeting with the legislature and the governor on whether or not any of the ARP money is going to be used for the RISE Act. But, we've heard from the governor where she feels that the law might be discriminatory since it only applies to or excludes, I think, GovGuam, right? GovGuam employees.
Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, it's still a law, right?
Oh, no, I know.
Yeah, and I mean, it's crazy. When I go around, Bree, like, people are always asking me, hey, can you ask about the RISE Act? I think they feel shortchanged because the governor had come out, and first, it was a little funny, the timeline of it, at least my observation, was first she came out and said, oh, and you guys are getting the stimulus already. You don't need the RISE Act because you're getting the stimulus. And then when someone had mentioned that obviously they're two different things, she then was saying, like, oh, I'm worried that government employees aren't eligible for this. But I just don't know. She allowed it to lapse in the law, and we haven't heard anything from the law's author. And the AG had kind of like surprised me because he came out with an opinion and said, oh, no, yeah, you can pay it out.
Yeah.
And in the meantime, every time I go around here, people are like, hey, what about that RISE Act? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, trust me. 7:37. We can take a quick break and come back with more of the link next. Good morning.
Looking for June makes the best malasadas in Hawaii. A fact not lost on Daryl, whose brother Byron is cooking the onaga he caught at his secret fishing spot with his girlfriend Malia, who used to work for the Shave Ice Guy, whose second cousin Vince drives the school bus ridden by Calais, whose auntie makes the best malasadas in Hawaii. Everything here is connected, and with the new First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, you can stay just as connected to your finances, and it all starts with yes.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Family platter of fried chicken? Check. Tray of red rice? Check. Birthday cake? Check. 1 case of water? Check. 12-pack of beer? Check. 2 cases of Pepsi?
Check. When you have a long checklist but are short on time, we got you. Get it delivered by us. Order on the app or website at uno-go.com. Guam on demand.
Shoot, I forgot the paper product.
Oh wait, UnoGo has that too. After a year with so many games and events delayed or unplayed, the world is ready for anything and everything in the world of sports. KUAM Communications is ready with more games, more championships, and more specials that are guaranteed to bring out the fan in you. Don't miss a minute of gameplay from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the action and excitement. Brought to you locally by Michelob Ultra, Superior Light Beer, and Docomo Pacific. Just more great reasons to tune in and turn on so you'll fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
KUAM Communications and Denny's Guam presents Mamapreneurs, a special multi-platform series throughout the month of May showcasing mothers who are also local entrepreneurs in our community. In commemoration of Mother's Day, during weekdays in May, we'll feature daily profiles of these multitasking mamas and their businesses. Additionally, on KUAM News Primetime every Monday in May, we'll showcase a different enterprising mamapreneur. Check out our online directory of all these businesses as well on KUAM.com. And if you know a mamapreneur we should feature, send us a message on social media or email executiveproducer@kuam.com. Mamapreneurs is brought to you by Denny's. Guam's Diner is always open.
Catch SportsLink on the KUAM News Morning Show, The Link, every Friday to hear about the latest in sports news, game schedules, athlete profiles, and more. SportsLink, brought to you each week by Pure Alkaline Water, airs every Friday across the multimedia platforms of KUAM. Tune into the broadcast on Breeze 93.9 FM, on KUAM TV 11, live streaming through the KUAM News Facebook page, or view highlights on YouTube, KUAM News Facebook, and Instagram. SportsLink is hosted by Dave Delgado through KUAM Sports, and he will make sure that everyone knows what is happening on the field, in the gyms, and everywhere in between.
Tomorrow pride is what we say. Each and every day, from Chico down to Molesto Bay. People laughing, having fun. There's room for everyone. Forget the TV, hit the road, 'cause we ain't done. Laddie Stones, yeah, and them coconut trees. Plus the finest ocean blue that you'll ever see. Here on Guam, there's a
It's Friday.
between the
Friday,
stateside
whoa!
life and the island heat.
Matt LaGuardia and his girl Star with Chamorro Pride. Good morning, Jason.
Good morning, man. We just had, like, while you were talking to Daphne, I don't know if you saw this because you were so focused on the interview, but we had some rain, man.
Yeah.
And I'm sure if we got it, that meant probably like 2 minutes later, Bree got it over in 2 months.
Right. Sabrina Salas
Yes.
Antonani, of course, live from the Dusit Tani Quarantine Hotel. I was texting Dr. Hoa, Bree, and they usually have their physicians advisory group on a meeting on Thursday, but he messaged me. He canceled the meeting due to a vaccination clinic that was held last night. And he also writes, we hope that the governor goes forward with fully vaccinated people going without quarantine in the next week. A little late for you, but they did make the recommendation and they sent it over to the gov.
And if they do it in the next week, that would line up with the 15th, which would be 2 weeks from when, like, the extended, assumed reopening of things, because we're supposed to open on May 1st, right?
Yep. Well, we'll see, because we're getting Chima Mbakwem of Public Health. He's the Chief Public Health Officer. He's coming on at 8:30, so we'll kind of go into what these positives mean, and these deaths. Man, it's tough. 3 deaths in the last 3 days.
Yeah.
The island's third COVID-related fatality reported yesterday. It's 139th total fatality. The third one this week. According to the JIC, the patient was a 70-year-old male with underlying health conditions, admitted to GMH on the same day, tested positive upon admission. There was also 4 of 324 tests run for positives. So, I mean, with these deaths, you got to wonder, what does it mean with the clusters? Is it related? I don't know. We're going to talk to Chima and find out, Bree. But it kind of took me back to last year when we were seeing just death after death after death, and we're not seeing the same number of positives and the same number of hospitalizations, but kind of a sobering reminder, right?
Yeah. That we're not necessarily out of the woods yet.
Yeah. And as we see COVID kind of play around our region, again, it just kind of serves as that reminder, like the governor has said, don't let our guard down. 7:45, a whole bunch of stuff coming up here. Like I said, Chima and Bakwem. We've also got a sneak peek of the One Micronesia podcast with Victorious Falan. Feed Me Fridays. Me and my buddy Ken went over to Ruby Tuesdays. Sorry, Bree.
What a chore that must have been.
Yeah. Tough job. Someone's got to do it.
Okay, did you guys jam on the triple prime?
We tried the Denancy Monster Burger.
Ooh.
So we're going to share that with you guys. But, I was talking with the manager over there just about how some of these restaurants are doing. And I've talked to a few. I kind of mentioned this yesterday. They're doing pretty good. But what tripping me out, what she was talking about, was she was saying that, we're getting a lot of takeout orders. And she said that she can tell people have a lot of money right now because the takeout orders that they're getting, it's all like steak and lobster.
Wow.
Yeah. So, people are balling if they're ordering steak and lobster to go. By the way, check them out. They do it all day Tuesday happy hour. It's good stuff.
Can I just ask, since you were talking to restaurants,
Jay,
and you've been
just
around.
Ask. Go ahead.
Are the restaurants saying they've been able to bring back like full staffs now, like everybody, front of house, back of house, and everything like that, full
I mean,
staff?
if you go around and just eat out, or if you even just go around, look at how much traffic is out there, right? So, like Jamaican Grill is doing really good. Really good. And there are some restaurants that are actually...
I wouldn't know.
Yeah. There are some restaurants that are actually doing better than they were doing before the pandemic.
Well, and it's funny you just mentioned Jamaican Grill and the time of year that this is, because I remember even though Jamaican Grill was doing curbside service last year, they did very, very well around graduation time.
Yeah. Oh, it's graduation time.
Yeah,
now,
that is an island tradition. People go to Jamaican Grill, celebrate the graduates.
Right. 7:48. We'll take a quick break, and we're going to come back and do Cover Me, which is brought to you by our friends at Burger King and Docomo Pacific. Hey, also Fridays, Dave Delgado and Sports Link coming up 8 o'clock, our in-depth newscast with Sabrina Salas Mantonani. Will also feature our Chamorro News Update, which is brought to you by First Hawaiian Bank. Right here on the link. Good morning.
Catch...
Make sure you're connected. The writing's on the wall. 'Cause if your mind's neglected, stumble you might fall.
Connection is a human necessity, one we need today more than ever. And with the new First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, you can stay just as connected to your finances. And it all starts with yes.
Family platter of fried chicken?
Check.
Tray of red rice?
Check.
Birthday cake?
Check.
1 case of water?
Check.
12-pack of beer?
Check.
2 cases of Pepsi?
Check. When you have a long checklist but are short on time, we got you. Get it delivered by us. Order on the app or website at uno-go.com. Guam on demand.
Shoot, I forgot the paper product.
Oh wait, UnoGo has that too. KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time each Friday to talk food, taste food, and bring you all the latest and greatest in food from King's Restaurants and Ruby Tuesday Guam, old faves, new hits, and everything on the menu in between. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link.
KUAM Communications and Denny's Guam presents Mamapreneurs, a special multi-platform series throughout the month of May showcasing mothers who are also local entrepreneurs in our community. In commemoration of Mother's Day, during weekdays in May, we'll feature daily profiles of these multitasking mamas and their businesses. Additionally, on KUAM News Primetime every Monday in May, we'll showcase a different enterprising mamapreneur. Check out our online directory of all these businesses as well on KUAM.com. And if you know a mamapreneur we should feature, send us a message on social media or email executiveproducer@KUAM.com. Mamapreneurs is brought to you by Denny's. Guam's Diner is always open.
The world of television is more exciting than ever. Don't miss a minute of special presentations from NBC on KUAM TV8 or from CBS on KUAM TV11. Every month, we'll bring you the fun and excitement of award shows and red carpet moments, special series presentations, and other great network programs. Brought to you locally by King's Restaurant, Ruby Tuesday Guam, Bud Light Seltzer, and Docomo Pacific, giving you more reasons to tune in and turn on. Fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
All right, rocking and rolling here on a Friday morning with the roads still a little bit wet because of the precipitation that came down a few moments ago. But you know what? I got an idea, because earlier in the show, we were talking about like how I actually went out, bought some supplies, ran them over to both quarantine facilities for both Sabrina, who is at the Dusit, and Nestor, who is at what used to be the Outbreak. I think it's called Dusit Beachside now, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I was doing that, and I saw like a lot of people that I know there when they were lining up, because I went at the 7:00 hour. If you are unable to do that, or you're just not feeling comfortable with it, but you still want to send some stuff to people you love, and that that's totally cool. Try using Uno Go. It's uno-go.com. Let me make sure I got the domain right. And they actually they've got a wonderful service that you can use to send supplies, send food. They also do groceries. So if you are in need of, toiletries, maybe somebody needs, some aspirin, something like that, maybe some personal items and everything, our friends at Uno Go can definitely take care of you. Really, really good staff. They do deliver, again, to the quarantine facilities. If you are in quarantine and you're watching this right now, maybe you're out here on a vacation, maybe you're on a contract, or maybe you're back and forth and everything like that, check out uno-go.com and you can make your order, and they will definitely take care of you.
Right on, 751. Hey, want to shout out U.S. postal inspectors and the feds here for some big buzz. Over 20 search warrants filed in District Court of Guam this week, executed by U.S. postal inspectors on several packages in which roughly, wait for it, 40 pounds of meth.
Whoa.
40 pounds of meth.
40.
40, Jay.
I mean, even 14 would be like
a lot.
Extraordinary. Yeah.
40. 40 pounds of meth, 7 pounds of weed seized. According to court documents, the separate investigations occurred from November 20 to April 2021. The packages mailed into Guam from the States and addressed to multiple recipients on the island. Other items were sent along with the drugs to include protein powders, clothing items, Hallmark cards, food items, and doggy treats. One package also contained THC vape oils. So the feds are working hard. I wonder if that's got anything at all to do with these post office closures up north. Nobody knows. We asked the chief of police yesterday. He said, I don't know. Postmaster General for Guam says can't comment on it. Meanwhile, those Dedido and Gigo satellite postal locations have remained closed for, I think this is going on the end of the second week.
Yeah.
And you guys got to go up to Barragata. Well, you know that because you have to go up to Barragata. And if you heard Daphne Shimizu this morning, she said that they just processed another batch of earned income payment. Wait, was it economic impact payment? 3 checks that are going to be mailed out by DOA. So
2.3 million.
there you go. So there you guys going to have to go check your mail. All right. It's going to be crowded. At 7:54, Chima Mbakwe, public health officer, is coming up at 8:30. Let's do Cover Me, which is brought to you by Burger King. Our friends at Burger King, where we're just so grateful to be part of this Burger King family, Jay. And they've got something new going on here. Okay?
Would that be the BK's Sourdough King?
Yeah, it would be, Jay.
Oh, man.
Oh, man. Oh, man. We had this.
You had me at sourdough.
I know.
I didn't even hear the king part. You just sourdough. I'm in. If this was a stock market, buy.
Yes, it's BK Sourdough King Flame Grilled Goodness. Awesome stuff. Also brought to you by Docomo Pacific.
Bree, have you ever made sourdough?
No.
No. Don't really get much sourdough. We do get a lot of sour grapes, though. 7:55, again, it's Cover Me with our buddy CJ performing his hit single, Get On Up.
Now I know what you're thinking, just another love song. Same old story written on a different chord progression. And I know that you're worried about someone else, but believe me, baby girl, you just got to take care of yourself. So why don't you come down, tell me what it's all about. They left you with an aching head and an open spot up on your bed. So let's not waste more time. Jump up and just unwind. So now's the time to break through, let it show. And if you look, give us something new, baby, then get on up. You got to get on up. And if you look, give us something to do, baby, then get on up. You got to get on up. All life lessons are learned in time. No, 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 no. So why not pick yourself up, let yourself feel fine. I'm a believer in logic, so if it's true, then baby girl, just let me know. So why won't you come now? I'll show you what this love's about. I understand you're not alone. You've got someone else they call your own. Don't let them waste your time. Don't let them cause the tears you cry. Oh, let me prove myself, you know. And if you look, give us something new, baby, then get on up. You got to get on up. And if you look, give us something to do, baby, then get on up. You got to get on up. I wish you were here with me. Be my zone of queen. Be living in a dream. Oh, dream. Oh, we can make you work. You'll be so happy. I'd be on your team. give you everything you need. Oh, we can make it happen. You know we can. You know we can.
Good morning, Guam. Business Friday, and welcome. My name's Chris.
I'm Sabrina.
I'm Jason. Good morning, everybody.
Right on. It's 8 o'clock, KUAM TV. Good morning, and welcome to the Friday, May 7th episode of The Link, which is brought to you by East West Rental, Calvo Enterprises, IT&E, and our friends at Jack in the Box, where you can get sauced and loaded. Seasoned curly fries in triple cheddar or spicy pepper Jack. All right. Thank you. Jack in the Box. Coming up, Chima Mbakwem of the Department of Public Health and Social Services. He's the Chief Public Health Officer. We're going to get an update on the clusters, the testing, the contact tracing, all that stuff.
You know what else is coming up? In about 40 hours, it will be Mother's Day.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Good catch, Jay.
Oh.
Yeah. So, and hopefully Bree is going to be done with her 6-day quarantine on Mother's Day. So that'll be a nice present to be released, and you get to spend some time with your son. Chris, your mom is now here back on the island.
My mom is here, right? Yeah. Bree, is that when you're thinking about, or I mean, you got to test negative, right? And when's your 6th day, and when is your release?
So if I arrive Tuesday, do you count Tuesday?
Well, you came in Tuesday
Wednesday,
night.
Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Sunday is a test day. If I came in, if they count Tuesday.
Right.
And so Monday, right, would be the release day. So I would totally miss Mother's Day.
Yeah, because I think when my mom, she got tested the day before they released her.
Was it on day 6?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Yep. So, well, happy Mother's Day early, Bree, just in case you don't get out.
There's that positive attitude.
Your boy's going to get you an IOU card for Mother's Day.
Yeah.
Oh, man. 801, also on the way on the show, One Micronesia podcast. We're going to give you a sneak peek of that. Me and Ken Sanity head out to Ruby Tuesdays in Tamuning to try their Denanchi Monster Burger. That's Feed Me Fridays, brought to you by Ruby Tuesday today. We've also got a clip from our nanas to our nannies, which is a really cool sustainability piece we're doing.
Yeah, like our former, one of our former team members here, Cami Aguirola, she's part of the production team to put that together. I mean, it's a stunning production, shot really, really well, really good visuals and everything like that. And they just take various aspects of, lessons that the current generation can pass down to the next one about being socially responsible.
Right. 802. Well, let's go ahead and get into the news now with our in-depth 8 o'clock newscast live from the Dusit Quarantine Hotel with the very latest from the KUAM News team, Sabrina Salas-Matanani. Good morning, Sabrina.
Off day, everybody. Guam has recorded another COVID-related fatality. It marks the 3rd in less than a week. According to the Joint Information Center, the 139th death occurred at the Guam Memorial Hospital on Tuesday, just after 7 p.m. The patient was a 70-year-old man with underlying health conditions. He was admitted to GMH Tuesday and tested positive upon admission. Meanwhile, out of 324 tests conducted Tuesday, 4 returned positive for COVID-19, bringing Guam's current case count to 8,020 officially reported cases. 98 are active. There have been 7,783 recoveries. Guam's CAR score is 1.1. As for vaccinations, a total of 68,596 island residents have been fully immunized. Today is the day as the governor's request for a declaratory judgment goes up before the Guam Supreme Court. The governor filed a petition with the court back in December related to her powers to quarantine and isolate individuals during a public health emergency. The governor is also seeking clarity on whether the court and the legislature can interfere with her quarantine powers under the Organic Act and the Emergency Health Powers Act. Oral arguments are scheduled for 10 o'clock this morning. Another attorney has been removed from representing murder defendant Joyner Sked. Defense counsel Gloria Rudolph filed an ex parte motion requesting to withdraw from the case. Rudolph stated that she has a similarly serious case that also involves a defendant facing life in prison and is unable to provide adequate representation at the same time for both cases. Rudolph informed the court that Sked's case will be very time-consuming as there are hundreds of pages of discovery, which she argues will be an unreasonable financial burden. The government did not object to the motion and the court granted the withdrawal. Sked, along with co-defendant Rudy Canazza, is accused of the brutal beating and death of former Umatic Mayor Daniel Sanchez. The court appointed attorney William Poole to the case and continued Sked's arraignment hearing for May 14th. Former UFC fighter John Tuck's trial has been moved up a couple of days with jury selection to begin on Monday. Tuck faces rape charges for allegedly sexually assaulting a woman in a parking lot in Tamuning last year. In court yesterday, it was stated that the government anticipates roughly 3 days of presenting evidence and witness testimony. Additionally, the government informed the court that the victim is scheduled to arrive on Guam shortly and has been cleared by public health from quarantine. And with more news, here is Isaiah Uggan.
Hafa good morning everyone. Guahusi Isaiah Uggan with your headlines here on The Link. Over 20 search warrants were filed in the District Court of Guam this week. The warrants were executed by United States postal inspectors on several packages in which roughly 40 pounds of meth and 7 pounds of marijuana were seized. According to court documents, the separate investigations occurred from November 2020 to April 2021. The packages were mailed into Guam from the mainland and addressed to multiple recipients on the island. Other items were sent along with the drugs to include protein powders, clothing items, Hallmark cards, food items, and dog food treats. One package was also contained THC vape oils. The Department of Administration has begun its second cycle of the Emergency Rental Assistance Program of accepting tenant pre-applications. The ERA program providers will leave to renters to pay for rental and utility arrears as a result of the COVID pandemic. During the first cycle of the program, 2,600 applications received with an estimated 350 deemed ineligible.
I think that the biggest issue we've really come across is a lot of these arrangements are not formal arrangements. A lot of these landlord-tenant arrangements are informal arrangements, but we're trying to match that with federal standards, and that's proven to be a little bit problematic. And we're allowing the parties to go back and formalize the arrangement so that they can qualify.
For those that were deemed ineligible under the first cycle, they have 20 days to appeal their case. For new applicants under Cycle 2, the last day to file for the ERA program is May 21st. For more details, email era@doa.guam.gov or call 638-4518 or 4519, weekdays between 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. The Guam Visitors Bureau has presented the latest update on the tourism reopening and has been the consensus it will be a long, slow climb back. GVB Vice President Jerry Perez addressed a joint virtual meeting with the Chamber and GHRA. He says the estimated global loss is $1.3 trillion, more than 10 times the loss suffered during the 2008 global recession. A full recovery of global tourism is not expected until at least 2024. Meanwhile, GVB is projecting a mere 82,000 arrivals this fiscal year, just 5% of the pre-COVID level. One bright spot might be vaccination tourism. Perez says GVB has received many inquiries from U.S. citizens in nearby foreign countries about getting vaccinated here.
I believe President Carl has already sent a note to the governor requesting an allocation of 1,500 vaccines for us to test out this program in order to see if it really would work for us. And the benefit of this basically is that it would help jumpstart a tourism value chain that is in atrophy from more than a year shutdown.
Perez says it would be first a proof of concept to determine the actual demand. He said vaccine tourism was not pushed earlier because the priority was on getting local residents vaccinated first. Mayors can soon get assistance to help with their fiscal year 2021 insufficiency. Here's more. A few weeks ago, the Mayor's Council of Guam had a meeting with the governor to discuss the shortfall for fiscal year 2021. Governor Lou Leon Guerrero had asked the council to submit a list of the deficiency. During the mayor's monthly meeting at the Tamuning Senior and Community Center on Wednesday, Executive Director Angel Sablan said the actual shortfall is $2.8 million in revenue loss, which would affect...
That's in personnel and the short appropriation from SMB, the short appropriation in island-wide beautification, and the short appropriation from PSSEP.
Sablan hopes the governor would honor the inadequacies of fiscal year 2021.
He's already committed to providing us some of the funds, and in addition to that, I also included some of the requests that we were going to ask her to fund, like the additional money for the cleanup. I'm asking for at least $500,000 every quarter up to FY22. So that's 2.5 million. We have 1 quarter left of this fiscal year.
Sablan added that they also requested additional funding to help with operations, which will allow them to lease or purchase heavy equipment, including backhoes, dump trucks, tractor mowers with side cutter attachments, air curtain burners, and mulchers. The initial request was submitted in February, and a follow-up request was also sent in April, according to Council President and PD Mayor Jesse Allig. Allig said he is uncertain as to when to hear back from the governor, but hopes to get the funds by the later part of June. The assistance for the shortfall in revenue loss will be paid through the American Rescue Plan Act. That's the news for now. We'll see you all at 6 tonight on Primetime.
Thanks, Isaiah. Funding for the Paycheck Protection Program has finally run out. The Small Business Administration issued a statement stating, quote, after more than a year of operation and serving more than 8 million small businesses, funding for the bipartisan Paycheck Protection Program has been exhausted. According to the latest SBA statistics, a total of 1,310 loans were approved for Guam businesses, totaling a little over $100 million. The SBA will continue funding outstanding approved applications, but any new qualifying applications will only be funded through community financial institutions, which are financial lenders who serve underserved communities. In other news, a bill to stiffen the penalties for illegal trash dumping drew strong support at a public hearing. The measure would raise fines and incentivize agency employees who write up violators. Nestor Lecanto reports.
The bill by Senator Sabina Perez is designed to provide some much-needed help for Guam EPA, which has been fighting a losing battle for years against illegal dumping and littering. Her proposal is to expand the scope of the Litter Control Revolving Fund and give a percentage of the fines to the agency of the person who writes a successful ticket.
These amendments address the fact that not only is illegal dumping a complex and systemic issue, but the onus is on all of our agencies and not just Guam EPA to effectively attend to this issue.
The measure also raises the fine for littering from $200 to $500, but DPW Director Vince Arreola believes that's not enough.
If someone is guilty of littering or illegal dumping, I think judges shouldn't have any leeway to impose a fine. I think it should be mandatory, and I think the mandatory penalties should be $1,000. I think it should be mandatory to perform 160 hours minimum of community service.
Arreola says the amount of money the island spends on cleaning up other people's trash is inexcusable. He says the DPW bush cutting crews spend half their time picking up garbage before they can start working. He says such sanctions are necessary, and if that's not enough,
I believe they should spend a weekend in jail.
For Guam's News Network, I'm Nestor Lecanto.
In national news, President Biden is on the road again to tout his $2.3 trillion infrastructure plan. Natalie Brand reports.
President Biden heads to Lake Charles, Louisiana today to make a case for what he calls an historic investment in infrastructure.
To generate economic growth, employment, and put us in a position where we can outcompete any other country in the world.
The president will speak in front of the nearly 70-year-old Calcasieu River Bridge, which was designed to last 50 years. Later, he'll visit a water treatment plant in New Orleans.
We are hoping to get funding, and the fact is that the system is aged. It is no longer even repairable. If something breaks, you have to make the part.
Louisiana is also the home state of Senator Bill Cassidy, one of the Republicans working to find a compromise with the White House on the infrastructure plan. Senator Cassidy says they may be closer to a deal than many people think, but told Fox News Sunday that the president's current plan is too expensive and doesn't focus enough on traditional infrastructure.
When people say, wait a second, I like this because we need a new bridge across the Calcasieu River in Lake Charles, I'm saying this plan will not give it to you.
Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell opposes the president's idea of paying for it with tax hikes.
If that's the condition for doing a massive infrastructure bill, I won't be voting for it. And I suspect no Republicans will.
Senator McConnell accused the administration of being too liberal and added that he's 100% focused on standing up to President Biden's agenda. Natalie Brand, CBS News, the White House.
Moving to sports with your sports roundup, here's Dave Delgado.
Sports Link, brought to you by Pure Alkaline Water.
St. Paul at home for their Easter Basketball League season opener. The Warriors hosting the Islanders. Xander Sanchez, corner jumper, drops in for 2 points. Jeremiah Kentucky cross-court pass to Carl Vinca, who splits the defense on his way to the basket. St. Paul up 17-14 after the first quarter. John Sevilla with the outlet pass from Josiah Quintanilla. Sevilla with the spin move and hang time to draw the foul and one. Warriors extend their lead to 10 points at the half, leading 31-21. St. Paul's Labanza finished the game with 9 points, 2 of that coming here with the shot off glass. Carl Vinca using his size to get to the rim again. Vinca hit for 12 points. Islanders trailed 44-36 heading into the fourth quarter. Josiah Quintanilla put up 17 points for the home team. Nice move to get inside for the finish. Left-handed layup off the backboard. Warriors built a 14-point lead with under 5 to go in regulation. Jacoby Konata drains the 3 from up top. This was his only score of the game. Xander Sanchez attacking the JFK defense. Basket's good and the foul. Sanchez gets the bounce on the free throw attempt. Jeremiah Kentucky's shooting was off from the outside, so decided to dine in. Kentucky goes high off the backboard for 2 of his 9 points. Warriors press late in the game for back-to-back scores and led by as much as 17 down the stretch. Warriors get the win at home 68-52. Xander Sanchez led all scorers in the win with 22 points. Kirsten Guzman finished with 11 points in the loss. St. Paul takes on Teasan High on Saturday at 2 in the afternoon at Teasan. Sheila Sarmiento, a senior at Simon Sanchez High School, recently committed to American International College. In the fall, she will move to the Springfield, Massachusetts campus and participate in their NCAA Division I women's rugby program alongside Kian Pangilinan, a 2020 graduate of St. Paul who played rugby for Ukadu High School.
I've always wanted to see how it feels like to play 15s. You know, I've always wondered how it feels like to always be in contact, full on contact, consistently for 80 minutes. I know it'll be a challenge because, you know, most girls out there, you know, they're, you know, I don't want to say they're really big, but, you know, like you know, there'll be competition out there, and working for your position is something that I'll have to definitely get used to, coming from a small team here on Guam.
Teasan High and Sanchez played their first game of the Easter girls basketball season last night in Teasan. Sharks go inside of Heather Regis, catch and shoot. Regis goes window for the easy finish. Zyla Soriano with the step back on the corner 3. All net on the deep ball. Frankie and Baza nowhere to go. Pass outside of Precious Pexon. 3-point attempt, no good. Baza with the rebound goes right back up for the score. Sharks inbounding the ball down court. Soriano to Ranafe Olette. Spot up 3, cha-ching. She's all money from downtown. If she has the hot hand, she's got to eat. Soriano sees Olette setting up at the top of the key. Quick pass, pull up 3 by Olette is all net. The Titans scored 4 points to get the second quarter started. Baza chilling around the three-point line. Long two is good. Sharks cruising with the 22-8 halftime lead. Sanchez gets the dub 46-22. Ukadu and JFK lacing up in the junior varsity division. Bulldogs up 44-42 with 6:53 to go. Kyle Varela with the shot from the outside, 15 points for Varela. The Islanders went cold at the line, missing 4 straight free throw attempts. Justin Lazama with the dump-off pass to Kobe Manansala. Off the turnover, Bulldogs running on the break. RJ Gamboa pushing the ball down court. Layup in between 2 defenders. Drops in for 2 of his 5 points on the night. Islanders tied the game at 56 with 53.5 left in the game. Riley Cruz finally got a shot to fall for JFK at the free throw line. Bulldogs had one last possession before the final buzzer. Cody Bularan with the running three-point attempt. Ball goes off the backboard, tipped out as time expired. JFK with the win on the road, 57-56. Boys varsity matchup tipping off right after. Islanders looking to bounce back after losing their first game of the season to the St. Paul Warriors. JFK still without big man Dean Wellbacher. Justin Arjona, corner 3 for the home squad. Good ball movement from JFK, Patrick Talosig to Carl Vinca to Kristen Guzman. Mid-range jumper is money. Monty Cabrera with the quick answer, corner 3. Yes, sir. Talosig dribbles down court. Jeremiah Kentucky finds Mark Morales chilling in the corner. JFK making it rain from long range. Ukadu's Jesse Martin with the inbound pass from Arjona. Gets the bucket and hooks Arjona up with the assist. Martin filling it. Another assist by Arjona. Martin hits from the outside. JFK missed Amram Yobe in their opener. Yobe hustles to the loose ball and gets rewarded with the reverse layup. Islanders picked up the win 69-54 to improve to 1-1 on the season. Jeremiah Kentucky with the tough left-handed layup off glass in the win.
SportsLink, brought to you by Pure Alkaline Water.
With Tomorrow News again, here is Ken Conception.
Buenos Napades to get sunto gitunod sa morgin ni KUAM News. Presenta ni Familian Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank. Ma-report ni Joint Information Center ay mina 138 na pinaitay gin ni COVID-19. Imalawang sa 54 anyos ng lahi Numate gi Guam Regional Medical City ng ospital, gipasalas 11 gi egan Merkulis. Esta kaysa no siya itataw, zaman miti gi ospital, gi 29 gi abrit. Positibo ites niya para COVID gi hinadiya. Ilingay magahaga Luliang Guerrero na umuugang niya slata pwede minalingon otro talo na tawtaw sa Podeste na Pesti. Para di tumungo, si Jeff Asaguanya, si Josh, si Segundo Goberno Zangwiza, sa mo fred sa imastadong na pininiti zan minaasi. Ahalaha mo na enseda e konsolasyon gisan megay nagwinay sa dyan siniporti. Lenya mas na masaya manuugong hit, mga hit sumanda e diniseya para ta na sempra este na dinisgrasya. Gagigizayita necesaryo na kosa siya para ta ataha mas talo na tempon trinisti. Diotru, mas kibente na search warrant sa manafao gi District Court of Guam pago na semana. Makudsigi esti siya warrant no inspect ng United States Postal Service. Gilamig na paketi siya ni man mahabaw ni masagunin si kasi 40 libras na meth sa 70 libras na marijuana. Según ang dokumento ni Kotti, esti siya na investigasyon sa 10 November gimapos na sakan, esta imapos na mes. Ipaketi siya sa manahanog at gimatutut siya na lugar, binigizagwahan, gini ni Estados Unidos. Kumala siya na trusted ni Masoda gipaketi siya sa nibineno sa magago siya, protein powders, katan hallmark, neng kano sa nagalogo. Uno ng paketi sa Masoda THC na lanyam vape. Otro asunto, ang mates pod bineno kat quad hadzi gi Guam Police Department. The Chief of Police is Steve Ignacio sa trabiate de Sisibiru Sutuloy GPD sa manggayzo na di zero tolerance na palisiya. Kumikalingadzo na kumumates opisyal na positibo sina mo fetsas po apodera pat surrender ni Malazania. Ilingat sa Ignacio na dinansinaw ni Madili lo depende lo kui hafa na test positibo ko para ice pat marijuana. Lo kumun masoda na positibo pod amon ni inadin ni mediko pas gay diferensya na sitwasyon. Masasangan sa Ignacio nagwahasya reglamento sa sang ginatuturi opisyal amon ginti mediko. I-GPD sa mahatan pero mates 70% wihin na ahensya. Yutumu hokok slapi para di Paycheck Protection na programa. Ang nahusing statemento is Small Business Administration ginigam. Na disperse maski unanyo na sa NetBi dyan na nasisti, maski otsumizon naman dikiki na business siya malatay sa lapi ginadyo na programang federal. Sigon niya ano gidyan na statistics, meter centers man na fanazo na business siya ginigizagwahan, ni maski 10 milyon pesos pa todo. Para makontinue ni SBA manay sa lapi at dyan ma-approve sa na aplikasyon, loy nuevo siya sa parofan masetbi na di community financial institutions. Esti siya sa sagan umazo ni masasetbi at siya hasan naman masetbi na community dot. Para Guam News Network was in conception. Yasunto ifinut sa moro sa presenta sa ninafatto ni Familia Mizo di First Hawaiian Bank.
Make sure you're connected. The writing's on the wall. Cause if your mind's neglected, stumble you might fall.
Connection is a human necessity, one we need today more than ever. And with the new First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, you can stay just as connected to your finances. And it all starts with yes.
And finally, vaccination clinics continue today and Saturday at the OG Cowboy Fieldhouse from 11 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. and at the Talafoco Gym today from 9 a.m. to 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Then Saturday, a vaccination clinic will be held in Jigo at the Lady of Lourdes Catholic Church. That is from 9 a.m. to 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Additionally, free COVID testing will be held at the Farmers Co-op Market in Dededo today from 9 a.m. to 12 noon. You do not have to have symptoms. Please bring an ID. And of course, keep in mind it's limited to 4 people per vehicle. That's your news. Stay tuned for more on the link after the break.
KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time each Friday to talk food, taste food, and bring you all the latest and greatest in food from King's Restaurants and Ruby Tuesday Guam, old faves, new hits, and everything on the menu in between. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link.
Family platter of fried chicken?
Check.
Tray of red rice?
Check.
Birthday cake?
Check.
1 case of water?
Check.
12-pack of beer?
Check.
2 cases of Pepsi?
Check. When you have a long checklist but are short on time, we got you. Get it delivered by us. Order on the app or website at uno-go.com. Guam On Demand.
Shoot, I forgot the paper product.
Oh wait, UnoGo has that too.
After a year with so many games and events delayed or unplayed, the world is ready for anything and everything in the world of sports. KUAM Communications is ready with more games, more championships, and more specials that are guaranteed to bring out the fan in you. Don't miss a minute of gameplay from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the action and excitement. Brought to you locally by Michelob Ultra, Superior Light Beer, and Docomo Pacific. Just more great reasons to tune in and turn on so you'll fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
man, we had a whole Mother's Day thing planned for Bree, but
Thanks.
yeah.
Yeah, what was that again?
But, I mean, she's going to be stuck in quarantine. It's really unfortunate. Morning, Bree.
Morning.
Quarantine Chronicles, what's your day been like here in the quarantine of the Dusit Hotel?
It's just getting started. It's going to be probably more, teleworking, looking at the beautiful view, maybe a little wine, look at the sunset, do some yoga, and more wine. Go to sleep.
Did you get your breakfast?
Oh, yes, I did. I did get my breakfast.
Wait, can you actually take your breakfast out on the balcony?
Jay's trying to maximize here.
No, I'm not saying is it possible. I'm saying, can you actually do it? I just want a shot of Tumon Bay.
Let's see what they got for breakfast, guys.
Yeah, so this is breakfast. Is that tocino?
That looks like tocino, yeah.
Yeah, fried rice and a hard-boiled egg, and an orange, and a little
Chewy bar.
Quaker's Chewy s'mores. Yeah.
Right on.
And of course, water. That's it. That's breakfast.
All right. Well, 8:30. Look at that. The irony is we're now getting in the guy who, at least at one point, oversaw the whole quarantine program. He's now the acting chief public health officer for the Department of Public Health and Social Services. Let's go ahead and bring on in the KUAM News Zoom room, Chima Mbakwem. Good morning, Chima.
Wait.
Okay, hold on.
Good morning, Chris.
Good morning, Chima.
Good morning, Sabrina. Whoa.
Does it look familiar, Chima?
I spent almost the whole 1 year in Dusit, so I understand. I know the room just looking at it.
That was so classic because he was like shuffling his papers and getting all set up, and he just looked up and he's like, "Whoa."
We should bring in Nestor. Show him. Nestor's in quarantine too.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
How is it over there?
It's actually really good. Everybody here is nice. When somebody knocks on the door, it's like, oh, get to see another human being.
Yeah, Bree's like, oh, a visitor!
Yay! It's beautiful.
I'm really excited you're having this experience because at least you have an insight of the process and the reason why we're doing this. I'm glad a lot of people, at least you're a CSW, you could have bypassed quarantine, but
I am.
Yeah,
I told you.
Service worker, right?
Yeah. I told her, Chima, but she was embarrassed. She didn't want to get out of quarantine and then be here on the link and have people asking questions or whatever. So, well, Chima.
No, I'm actually glad I got to. I'm getting to experience this too, to see what it's like because I'm embedded.
Right.
Embedded in quarantine.
But Chima, I mean,
that's the right word.
She's there now as our, I'm pretty sure there's at least a couple hundred other people in the quarantine. But we're hearing from the Physicians Advisory Group that they're anticipating that the governor could end quarantine at least for returning residents who are fully vaccinated within the next couple weeks. And I was kind of keying in on what you had said earlier about it was good for Sabrina to get in there to get insight into why we're doing this. But, that being said, if it's important for us to do this, how do you feel about us undoing some of the quarantine requirements within the next couple of weeks?
So it is a balance, and it's a hard decision for the governor to make, and having public health on her side, to make that decision. The first thing is the definition of quarantine, right? So if you're trying to define quarantine, you're looking at people who might have been exposed to an infectious disease. So you're keeping these people away from other people so that when they develop that disease, they don't infect other people. So you're basically keeping them for a certain period to monitor and make sure that they don't have that particular infectious disease. So for the governor she's not taking off quarantine totally. She's just taking off the government quarantine, if that is what the physician advisory group stated. So taking it off is basically taking it out of one facility, but people will still have to quarantine at home if they are suspected to be exposed to the disease. But the challenge here will be the individual, not the system. Because right now, we've actually weighed the risk level of the island, and the whole parties are coming up with this assumption that assumptions that are backed with facts, that we are at a point where we can reduce restrictions. So it's just a reduction in restrictions, and then we watch it for a certain period. Then if the more it gets better, the more we reduce those restrictions. But for any reason there's a need for us to impose more restrictions based on the risk level, then we can take that determination.
Right. That's interesting, Chima, because our risk level locally, maybe, I don't know if you would say it's a little behind or a little ahead of the CDC risk guidance, right? So, and that being said, we just caught the 3 UK variants in the quarantine, and we just hear so much about how valuable this quarantine has been in preventing, a more rampant spread of the virus. So I think it's interesting because I understand that the easing of the quarantine because of the vaccination effort, it's inevitable, right? But then for me as a thinking guy, I also have to kind of balance how important you guys have been saying this is versus us now dialing back on it in the midst of what looks like a little mini surge.
Yeah, early last year when there was all this fight about, public health and the government locking people up, there was this description about quarantine being so evil, locking people up, not feeding them. A lot of high-profile people came out and kicked against quarantine. They had all these scientific explanations of why public health should not do it. But today, looking at what information that we have out there, there's now this pressure from certain people not to close the quarantine because they're now seeing the effect of quarantine. But for us at Public Health, we're like I said, we keep trying to balance it, right? Because if we don't quarantine individuals coming in like we did, we wouldn't have been able to identify those cases that would have gotten into the community and would have caused more harm due to their level of infectiousness. But at the same time is also balancing the need, for people to go back to their normal lives based on the pharmaceutical intervention that is available now. So it is a balance. But I always put it towards behavioral change, accepting the fact that, if you're sick, you need to know to stay at home. If you're infected, you need to, if you feel you are exposed, you go get a test, go back home, isolate yourself, make sure your family members are quarantined and isolated. So I think the shift is going to behavioral change, and it has to be acceptable by everybody. Those who still sit back and say, you're locking us up, you should do this, you should do that, should look at what is going on in India. It is so bad that, they're not asking for help. And these things would have been avoidable if people listened to the recommendations that were made, So it's a balance of the little few who have something against what we're doing, and the greater few, and the greater number that accepts it, which is why we are where we are today, and just having that balance that it is a behavioral change that needs to occur, and people will need to live with it until the pandemic is called off completely. It is not called off. Guam is in a good place, lovely place, hard work from everybody, the community, the government, public health. Is exciting that we're able to get to where we are today, but we can go back to where we are before because the pandemic is not over. So we always have to take a look in the rearview mirror as we drive forward, knowing that any mistake that we make will put us where we were before, so that people will be conscious and make those behavioral changes that will keep us straight. So that is the balance.
When you talk about where we were before, and you kind of look at the spike in positives we've seen, the 3 deaths in the last few days, where are we right now compared to where we were before?
So for me, as a professional, one case for me is a problem. That is it. One, because I understand what one super spreader can do to us. Two is just way above it. But the only thing we have to understand is that we are in a pandemic. So it's more like an uncontrolled situation at this point. But right now, Guam is in a good place. Looking at where we were last year, we were having up to 200 cases every day. Now we're having less than 7 to 10 cases, which to me is not okay. But we also remember that we're in a pandemic and there's ongoing transmissions in places that we don't know. But the fact that we have vaccination going on, it gives us another layer of protection. So it's about people getting vaccinated, us having us still being in a pandemic, because right now there's no cure. There's simply no cure. So you get it, you're vaccinated, you're protected. You don't have it, you follow the recommendations for safe distancing and wearing of masks, you're protected. So if you're looking at this balance, COVID is always a clear and present danger. So right now, we are actually in a place where we need to maintain, so it's about maintaining that status quo at this point. And maintaining that status quo is going back to what I said earlier, making sure that we do the right things to keep our island safe. So right now, I'm comfortable. I'm comfortable, but like I said earlier on, one case to me is enough to trigger off concern because it's an airborne disease.
Chima, is there any update on the clusters?
Yes. So in the past week, we've actually completed most of our investigations. All the 14 cases that were identified at the cluster, we've actually closed all those cases for now. As in, the index cases have been isolated properly and they've recovered, and the contacts have been quarantined and completed quarantine. So basically, we're going to look at it as closed for now. But if there's any other case that we have, we still try to ask questions, to see if there's a link to just not those clusters, but other cases that might eventually, give us an idea if there were clusters out there that we didn't know about. So on our own side is continuously ongoing, more interviews. If there's a need for us to go back to the index cases, to maybe confirm some information that we have. For now, we don't have any new cases from those clusters, but we are still open to more investigation if there's any need, if there's a link to those cases.
So currently the new cases, for example, the 4 new positive cases that were released in the JIC report, they are not connected to any of the index cluster cases. These are brand new cases.
Yeah, so these are the ones from the 5th, right, or the 6th, yeah.
Okay, yeah, because in the JIC report, it doesn't really say if it was quarantine or if it was, connected to contact tracing.
Yeah, I actually spoke to my team yesterday, and I think the director called me in to have a discussion with me about the information that we give out, So, sometimes we try to give less, and then when we give less, we attract more questions. When we give more, we get more questions. So, the director is very detailed. So we sat through yesterday, looking at, what we need to give out to be able to satisfy the curiosity of the community. Because sometimes going out there to mention things like there is no workplace investigation ongoing, we're going to raise a question like, this individual is 50 years old. Do you mean he doesn't have a job? You know, you didn't even mention he was homeless, you know. But at that point, we might still be investigating the family, right? And then we might have another team investigating the workplace, but do not have enough information to give about the workplace. So, you know, it's like an ongoing back and forth between us and the individual. And most times the people don't tell you anything. So you need to probe. So they give you a hint. You put another investigator on the case to follow the other link, and then come back to the index case to ask questions, and then they're looking at you like, oh, I forgot. You did not forget. You didn't want to say it, but we had to. So it's a balance that we have to have in our investigation. So we spoke yesterday, and we're looking at, you know, like for the guys who died, we can actually discuss, you know, things that public health has access to. Like these individuals, we don't know if they had any known exposure to COVID. We didn't know because they were tested after the fact, right? So they didn't have any symptoms. So, you know, we can't ask them those questions. So we need to piece information around them, maybe to identify their family members, and then go there to do a secondary investigation. And then you also understand that the family is in a mourning state, so we can't be calling them up, and, you know, so it's trying to balance those scenarios to be able to at least get enough information to continue keeping us safe.
So you brought up the recent deaths. So, can you say whether or not any of these individuals were vaccinated?
None of them were. We don't have any record of vaccination for the three. None at all.
Okay.
And that is so for us now, that is key to the investigations. Even the PUI form has been changed to accommodate that question of, you know, were you vaccinated? Is it first dose? Is it second dose? You know, when? Because we, you know, all the information we collect, we tend to analyze them, you know, to get a clearer picture of what is happening in the community. So you're looking at, so I can give you an instance. So if you have, let's say, a particular ethnic group, and if you're looking at their percentage for vaccination is less than 10%, right? And then you're looking at our case findings, and you're seeing that this particular ethnicity is up to 60% of our case finding for positive cases, definitely you're clear that they are not vaccinating. So what we do is we try to now get interventions in place. Either we go to them and try to engage them to get vaccinated, because we have facts to show that that particular ethnic group is not protected. And or you're looking at the heat map for the island, and you're looking at areas where people are getting vaccinated. You compare it to the number of case findings in that area, then public health can decide to go have our rapid engagement team set up testing in those areas. So the information we gather, we actually use it to make decisions every day. And you know, the governor's team and the director, they meet every morning. So we feed them information to make those high level policy decisions, while we use the same information to intervene at the community level. So that's how we try to balance it.
So based on the information that you guys have gathered thus far, where are you seeing the need to aggressively pursue more vaccination? And what particular ethnic group were?
No, so it's island wide. You know, so at this point, we're not trying to limit our scope, right? We're still using the same level of aggressiveness that we had at the beginning. So currently, what we're doing now is that the JTF, the public health, and the physician advisory group, we actually met earlier this week. You know, we sat down and looked at our numbers, looked at what we can do to move forward. So we are coming up with more strategies. So we still have the ongoing vaccination clinics that we have around the island, but also with the private sector too, like some of the clinics, we're actually looking at direct interventions, like more like a strike force kind of group. So you're looking at like big establishments. We work with the HR team to identify those who would need vaccination. We take it to them because we're looking at time at work. We're looking at time they close. Like people might want to go get vaccinated, but there are other circumstances that they cannot control that is stopping them. So we're looking for those groups, even if it's a group of 5, 6, 10, 20, bringing them together to at least vaccinate 100, 50, 120. So this has been in the works, but we met finally as a team on I think on Monday, fine-tuned it. So we're going to have this going on from even today. We're actually doing some other form of test and vaccination clinic. So we're looking at having a combined clinic where you come get tested, you're negative, and then we actually direct you to go get vaccinated, because the intent is, and this is us being very innovative as a team, the collaboration. So you have an individual coming to get tested, and you're taking a test. And what the test does is to tell you your status at that point. So, because remember, the COVID test is a point-in-time test. So you can get tested now, walk away, and get infected. But what we're doing is that you walk in, you get tested, right there and then you are sure you don't have the virus, right? Then you walk up to the next stage and you get vaccinated. And then you are actually, the person who is vaccinating you goes through the recommendations that you should put in place, to protect yourself before the second dose, if it's not the J&J, right? So when you do that, as an individual, you feel more content because you're walking out knowing that you don't have COVID, you're protected from COVID, and then you have all those non-pharmaceutical recommendations that we put out there for you to stay safe. So this process will actually give that individual the assurance that right now I am safe and I need to continue being safe. So it is a pilot that we actually are carrying out, and we are starting it today, and we're going to see how the turnout will be. So that's okay.
So starting today, you guys are going to pilot this mobile one-stop COVID clinic where you could get the rapid testing. If you're negative, then they would give you the vaccine.
Yes.
Okay. Where is this going to be at?
So the first one today is at the farmers market in Dedido. That's where we're trying to pilot. But yeah, so that is a pilot, and we're not like advertising, because we need to look at acceptability. We need to look at the reaction of people before we get into the full marketing. But initially we looked at the best way to go about this, and having that assurance, like I said, is a behavior change process, right? So if you know your status today that you are not infected, and then you get the protection same time, and then you walk away knowing that if you do take certain precautions, you will be safe. I think that level of assurance for the person is important for every other person on the island, because if I know I am safe and if I know I am protected and my neighbor is not protected, then I need to really figure out how I deal with my neighbor. But yeah, like if he's coming into my house to have a drink with me or barbecue with me, I'm going to wear a mask because I know you might not be, you're a danger to me. But what we're looking at is, at the end of the day, if you know your neighbor is vaccinated and on the same status with you, it makes you a little comfortable, But right now, if you're looking at the numbers and looking at how people are agitating for us to open up more, if we have that cushion of comfort, then people can walk around feeling more safe. But if we don't get to that point, I don't think I would want to barbecue with my neighbor without a mask.
Chima, though, if you make it more accessible and you guys implement this pilot COVID clinic, but are you guys going to be using the Johnson & Johnson vaccine, or are you going to do the 2-dose? Because you can have them come, but what are the chances that they'll go back to get the second dose? So it just kind of seems like it would make more sense to do the one and done shot.
And we have all the series there. Sometimes individual preferences, why they want to go one way or the other. But the important thing is, still having that message out there to come back for a second dose. And we're actually collecting phone numbers, so people will be called up. So we're going to be more proactive, like if it's within your date to come for your second shot, we have to call you up, and then the continuous publicity about vaccine would actually trigger people to come get their second dose.
Do you have any updates on those doctors that had gone to India from GMH and tested positive for COVID?
I think they should be completing their quarantine isolation now, and then they'll be fine.
No, I mean the contact tracing.
Yeah, like I mentioned the last time, we actually identified a few number of people that were contacts, and then we actually placed them on a certain scale of risk level. The ones that we looked at as closest and with the highest risk were tested and they were negative, and then the others are the low risk ones are actually being monitored in quarantine, and they should also be finishing quarantine. I don't have the last date of quarantine in front of me, but it should be ending soon. But going back to going back to that case, I actually explained that because they were CSWs, they were on restriction of movement. So that's why you're seeing the low number of exposure. And then at the same time, they are healthcare workers, and they have systems in place for protecting themselves and the patient. So that's why at the end of the day, you might find out that there might be not even a single positive case that will come out from this. And I made reference to myself when I had COVID. I was exposed to more than 100 people, and every one of them tested negative because I actually was protecting myself, and the team were also protecting themselves. So you can see that those scenarios where my family was infected because I came home and I wasn't wearing mask at home, with the kids and all that. So everybody was infected. But in the workplace, because we had systems in place, and I followed the recommendation, and the other team members followed the recommendation, nobody turned out positive in that circumstance. So I just want people to have that in mind, that being infected and looking at your concentric circle, there might be high numbers on one side due to lifestyle or conditions in one place, and then same in the other areas.
We had a comment here, Chima. If an individual for some reason doesn't have a valid ID but wants to be vaccinated, how does public health or the clinics address this scenario? And has anyone been turned away from receiving a vaccine because they don't have a valid ID?
I don't think the team will turn you away. I think they'll figure out a way to work with you to get you vaccinated, because what we really frown against is turning people back. So for anyone who claims they've been turned back, right, I really have not heard about someone being turned back for reasons that are not genuine, but I don't think they are turning people back. The instruction is put the vaccine in people's arms. So I don't think anybody is going to turn anybody back, but they're going to work around it to make sure that they have some form of identification to give the vaccine.
So all the doctors we had on, and I think you two had said that we needed to monitor the cluster situation for at least the next couple weeks. Is that still accurate, Chima, or have we begun to close out the contact tracing investigations?
So like I said, so everybody involved in that cluster has completed quarantine and isolation. But we continue to watch, like I explained, if there's an outlier, if there's another case that has a link to that case that we did not identify earlier, we will still put it as part of the cluster. Because what you're going to see is someone who turns positive, and then you start the interview, and then going back to time, they might come up with, oh, I ate in this place 2 days ago with my family. But if you're looking at 2 weeks to 3 weeks back, anyone that would have been exposed to that particular cluster would have completed the 14 days that you need, to clear the virus from your system, and be less and be non-infectious. So even if we link it to those cases, we can't say it's an ongoing we won't say it as an ongoing transmission, because in 2-3 weeks we would have been able to understand if the transmission has completely been cut off in those areas.
All right.
Is there anything else, Chima, that you can update us on?
No, it's just people to make sure that they continuously go out. For those who have not been vaccinated, to go out to get vaccinated. For individuals who feel they've been exposed or feel they need to know their status, we have the ongoing clinics at Tizan every Tuesday, and then we have the Northern Community Regional clinics for health centers for people to just go know their status. It's good to know, if you feel you've been exposed, if you feel there's a need for you to check, or go to your primary care doctor to check yourself. We have to continue, ensuring that people know their status at every point in time, and then people get vaccinated while we all work towards, seeing the end of this on our island.
Yeah. Well, good luck today on the pilot project.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right.
Go show up there and get swabbed and get shot. Yeah.
I think day 6 is Mother's Day, so hopefully I'll get tested, and then hopefully I'll get released on Monday.
All right, we pray you might get a Mother's Day gift, and if the numbers are not too high, you might be released on that day. I pray.
Oh, I pray too.
Yeah.
Well, I guess I'll light a candle then.
Chris, you need to. All right.
See you, Chima.
Well, thanks,
Thank
Chima.
you.
Thanks. So nice to see you guys again.
Right on. Oh, Chima,
take
sorry, Chima. Last question: do vaccinated travelers coming from the CNMI need to quarantine in the hotel?
Right now, if you're coming from the CNMI, if you're vaccinated or unvaccinated, because of the low non-community transmission in CNMI, we actually have a court order for everyone coming from the CNMI to transfer to home quarantine and not go to the government facility. We can only send them to the government facility when there's a community transmission going on. So this court order has been in place for some time.
Yeah.
But I think a few weeks ago they had some form of community transmission, and we were actually sending them to the government quarantine facility. But after they cleared out the community transmission, and then on the 28-day mark, we started allowing them to transfer to home quarantine.
Right on. Okay, so there you go, Maniaka. There's your answer. Thank you, Chima.
Thank you.
Have a good weekend.
Right on. Wow, Bree, what was that about a Mother's Day present?
I don't know. I didn't even know it was a CSW.
I told
cool.
you were a CSW. We did have a bunch of comments here. Yeah, so guys, media is essential. I mean, not to rub it in, but we are essential. Oh my God, we're just so important because we just come on here every day and we inform the public about everything that's going on. We're just so essential. Look at us. Ooh. Yeah, no, media is essential. We're on the list of essential. And the thinking behind that is in an event of emergency, who's informing the public and relaying and disseminating information coming from the government? Guess what? It's the media in all of our essentialness. But Bree, knowing how you guys are, didn't want to apply for it because she said, "Oh, I don't want people to say anything, and I should just go in there."
I tell you though, when I went in, like I said, it's a Tuesday, Wednesday. When I came in to the airport, the public health people were like, "Oh, you should have tried to apply. You might be getting the exemption."
Yeah.
And so I was like, you know what? All right. So I just put my name down on a sheet of paper. They filled it out, and they said somebody would contact me. So I'm just kind of.
Well, let me just tell you,
it's cool though. I'm
it's cool, but no one's going to contact you because there's a whole process. You don't just leave your name on a piece of paper. You got to have like a letter from your boss. You got to, yeah. So
yeah.
But we did have some comments here.
I'm glad though that I'm here because I get to see how
Yeah,
this
you
whole
are.
process works.
Yeah.
We always talk about it,
Yeah.
and so
I mean, you're also glad you're there because it's a freaking nice room on the 18th floor.
hey, they just give me the room number. I just do what they
I
tell
just
me to
do it. Yeah, she just goes where she's told.
Hey, Bree, I got a question. Have you been doing anything to like exercise, or because I know you told me that you were thinking about maybe like doing yoga or something.
Yeah, she said she was doing yoga.
No,
but
I have been.
Nice.
Are you serious, girl? Come on.
I mean, when you do the sun salutations, I mean, that is a
No
wonderful
comment.
backdrop to have. I mean, the sun is greeting you right back.
Bree, we did have some comments. Rosemary Laguardia writes, I am proud that Sabrina and Nestor chose to remain in quarantine. They are showing their concern and respect for themselves, their families, and the people of Guam. So there you go, Bree.
You lead by example.
You are appreciated.
Exactly. Lead by example.
Let's go ahead and let's get Nick Lee from Guam EPA on in here.
Yep.
Can't see Nick.
Nope,
Can't see Nick, yeah.
Here he is.
I saw him earlier.
Yeah, there you
Hey,
go.
Nick.
Well, what's up, Nick? How you doing, my friend?
Hey, good morning, guys. I'm
Good
doing
morning.
Right on. Thanks
you
for joining us.
in the office?
well. I'm in an office. Yeah, I'm down at a. I'm in an office. Yes, I'm at Public Health in the Hessler building right now.
Yeah. So, guys, just to bring you up to speed, there were just a ton of government employees from various agencies, a lot of them communications type people who were detailed away from their agencies to assist with the COVID-19 response and recovery. And Nick is one of those guys who was, you were stationed at 311, right? For what, like 5 years?
Maybe 6 years. Yeah. So
Seemed like 6 years, I bet.
Yeah, if you
Is
call
311 still up?
It is.
Okay.
I don't know if some of the time slots have changed for the different options, but for option 8 with general inquiry, that one is still operational. And from what I understand with in talking to Jenna over at Homeland, they still do receive their fair share of calls. So, alongside the media, we always advocate, please get your information verified before you start passing things around. And so that's a great avenue. If you don't want to scrub through social media or, get into the press releases, just give the guys a call at Homeland.
Right on. And so where are you detailed to now and what are you doing?
I'm still supporting the COVID response. I split up my time with Public Health and Guam EPA. So I'm with Public Health this morning. I will be going up to Teason later on this afternoon to work with our EMAS administrator to get moving on our tire reef removal project. So I didn't want to I know I see
I've been waiting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is Sabrina's pet story here. Is this tire?
Yeah.
So guys, this is this funny story. The timeline on it is way back in 19 Forgotten. They thought it was like, what are we gonna do with these tires? Let's make an artificial reef. So let's go dump all these tires in Molesto, the lagoon, to make an artificial reef. Because at the time, we weren't woke yet. We thought that was actually going to help the environment, but that's not what happened, right, Nick?
No, the way I understand it is it was cutting edge technology to repurpose these tires into an artificial reef to support marine habitat. And 40 some years later, you know, we realized that it didn't work. And so now the message is, do not treat the ocean as a dumping ground. You know, I mean, well, you shouldn't even be treating anything as a dumping ground, but you know, with respect to this project, we were able to receive an award from the NOAA Marine Debris Program in the amount of about $250,000 to get started on the project. So a notice to proceed was issued back in March to you know, our contractor. And so preliminarily, we are looking at starting the project in June with a timeline to finish maybe by the end of August. So there are plans to do some outreach in the south because there's going to be a lot of activity in that area. So we do want to prep the you know, the community, let them understand what we're doing, and we would very much like you guys to be part of that process alongside with us.
Let me know. I got a rash guard on my snorkel. I'm so down.
Okay, right on.
I got my Speedos. And my Speedos, yeah.
Yeah, we got to get you to sign a waiver, but you know.
You guys got to sign a waiver if you're going to see me in my Speedos.
You got to get the fish to sign a waiver to see you in your Speedos, bro.
Yeah. Hey, Nick, so.
Are you looking at doing this?
Yeah, when? And then also, like, who won it, the contract, and how much are they making?
Okay, so the notice to proceed was issued to Unitech Environmental Guam. The amount is it's a fixed firm price contract valued at $250,000. So they're going to be in charge of all the professional services, you know, which is essentially removing this artificial reef, disposing of the approximately 2,000 tires off island. So all those things have to be, you know, have to take place in order for the project to be completed. Yeah.
When again are you guys looking at doing it?
And speaking with our contractor, they're looking at preliminarily starting in June. So June's right around the corner.
Okay.
Yeah, and as a matter of fact, later on this afternoon, I'm going to be meeting with our environmental monitoring administrator to work on the details. That way we can get the public involved and let them know what exactly we're going to be up to in that part of the island.
Yeah, Nick. So how's that going to affect the public? Because that's a pretty busy area there in Molesso.
Right. So I do imagine that you know, it's going to cause some traffic delays. I mean, depending on the type of equipment that's going to have to be mobilized down there. So we will be working with Mayor Ernest to get some sort of town hall set up. You know, and of course that's going to be within the confines of social distancing. All the COVID mitigation efforts are going to be observed in order for us to get that information out to the community.
Yeah.
Where are the tires going to go?
They have to be properly disposed of at a permitted facility off island. Yeah. So they are not going to remain on island. That's part of the contract, is that these things have to get off the island. Yeah.
Okay.
Or is there going to be any type of study about like any adverse impacts of having these tires underwater for decades?
I could probably get you a better answer later on, but I think the concern is if they become dislodged during storm surges, they could impact coral over there. You know, as a depending on how strong the storm surges are. So that's one of the key factors there, is that, you know, we need to get the debris out of there so that they're not posing a threat should they become dislodged. And so that's with any marine debris, including abandoned derelict vessels. That's the other project that has got going on. Jesse Cruz, the EMAS administrator, did make a presentation during an Island Beautification Task Force meeting. You know, he did talk about you know, some of the federal and local agencies that are spearheading the project based on the governor's executive order when she created the abandoned derelict vessel removal group. So a lot of coordination there, a lot of good things for cleaning up our marine debris. I mean, our marine environment coming up shortly.
Right.
Yep.
Right. So that executive order was signed, I think, in December, I believe.
Last year, right.
Right. We're creating that derelict vessel group. So when is work expected to start?
Uh,
And how many vessels total are we talking?
I think there are 11 vessels of concern that are being targeted. There's still some administrative work that has to be done, particularly with the group that's going to be doing the physical removal. And so we're working with this Navy dive team who will be floating the vessels out so it's easier for us to remove. And it works hand in hand because they also look at this as a training opportunity because this is what they do, when in terms of recovery. If we were going to try to cost that out as a professional service, you're looking at millions of dollars. So with this dive team coming in to assist us, the labor is at no cost to the island, and it provides them again a mechanism for training as well. So it's win-win for us.
Do we know how long these vessels have been just abandoned out there, or who owns these vessels?
No, that's a great question. So the other component here is that we first need to identify an owner and inform the owner that, hey, you're responsible for this. If not, it's gone. And then that's what we do have to do first. So I know what the group is going to be working with GPD's boating office, probably the harbor master. I would imagine, just to see if we can get anybody identified and associated with these vessels to make their claim.
Mm-hmm. Could they be subject to like fines or anything like that?
It's likely, but that's something that I do want to speak more in depth with our EMAS administrator about, just to see if there's going to be any enforcement or compliance action that's going to be associated with the removal. But every time we respond to things, it's usually to prevent further degradation. The compliance and enforcement is a key component, but the immediacy comes with prevent further degradation first. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Nick, illegal dumping has really again taken center stage. Partly because of a great segment that was done on a local media outlet called Dirty Politics.
Yeah, I recall that. Yep.
Yeah. No cap. But there was these Republicans went to that abandoned parking garage in Tumon. Right, and this has been a perennial trouble spot, both for illegal dumping and also for housing the homeless down there. But were you guys involved in that visit at all? And what's the status on that? Because I know that you were trying to issue some tickets or whatever, right?
Right. So we received a tip and a complaint from several members of the community. Glenn, you remember Glenn Nicholas, his solid waste program program went out and did a report on what they observed. That led to a name. I think it was associated with David Sue at the time. We did have some difficulty trying to serve that notice of violation to that individual, and somewhere in the course of the enforcement action, ownership changed, and so we understand now that something is going to be done about the structure. I know one of the recommendations was to have it secured so that it does not become an area for people to dump. I mean, we still maintain that as a property owner, you are responsible for the maintenance and the upkeep, and that's something that we impress upon the individual. I know attempts were made to clear out some of the squatters that were there. I don't know how successful those attempts were, but it's likely that that part of the community was responsible for the litter over there. So we are understanding that something is going to be done with the new owner in terms of getting the structure either demolished or cleaned up. And I think that was a result of that visit. Yes, was it yesterday or 2 days ago? I think Jim Moylan and
2 days ago.
Or that, yeah.
So then that's that then, because the new owner is committed to cleaning up that place. No action was taken against the previous owner.
I would have to speak to Glenn about that. I know we were trying to figure out what could be done if there was no action taken with the new owner in terms of cleanup. So that was the discussion that we were having with our agency legal. I don't know at this time where that discussion went, but certainly I will make a follow up with them and get back to you.
Mm-hmm. Any other or
Agent Orange?
Agent Orange, that's okay. So as we're ramping back up into operations with the agency, that's one of the things that the administrator is going to get back to addressing. So there was a report that was issued last year, and obviously with most things that happened during the pandemic, kind of it didn't get enough priority, because of the pandemic. But our contractor who performed sampling, I believe in 2019, his recommendation is that there were some hits of some of the constituents associated with chlorinated herbicides, right? And so the recommendation is that further investigation is warranted. And so we need to start that conversation, that dialogue with DOD, because there are some sites inside the fence that we would like to have access with, and that's a process in itself, but that's coming from the recommendation of our contractor with Region 9. So it's not open and shut case here. We stand by our contractor's recommendations to perform more sampling, and so if it's within Region 9's ability to continue to fund that for us, we will absolutely do that. But a lot of moving parts here. Obviously, we do need the access, behind the fence.
Right. Yeah. What about Senator Sabina Perez's illegal dumping measure? Do you guys have eyes on that? Is there an official agency stance on the bill?
Are you referring to 116, the bill that had a hearing yesterday?
Yes, sir, I am.
Okay. Well, Glenn was in that public hearing. We support we absolutely support the measure. Yeah. That's the official agency stance.
I did see Glenn. Actually, I didn't see Glenn. I saw his beard.
Oh, right. Yeah, he's like 80% beard.
Yeah.
Got a ZZ Top thing going.
Yeah. So that bill that would allow, and I think it kind of deputizes employees of other government agencies and allows them to give tickets. And then wasn't there something like if they issue a ticket and there's a fine, then a portion of that goes back to the agency in which the ticket issuer worked?
Right. The apprehending agency would be entitled to 45% of the fine, but I think the recommendation from the agency was to increase that to 50%, just more as an incentive.
Right.
I think, did she add the Cape people to that, or the police reserves? I believe the CBPs are part of the amended language to that statute. Alongside changing the fines, the increase there's an increase from 250 to 500, I believe, at the low end. and there's some measures there's some provisions of that measures that will reroute the fines, so it's more advantageous to the apprehending agency.
Okay.
Yep.
Anything
And
else, Nick?
we talked about our Earth Day cleanup. So April 24th, the agency committed to that Harmon sinkhole dump site in Toowoomba. So we worked with the Toowoomba Mayor's office to get that done, and I think it was maybe over 3.5 tons of waste. You know, that's inclusive of white goods, bulky items, and your standard issue household trash. So I know that that Glenn and his team are going to be probably more present in that area. You know, when they're out about doing their enforcement. That's, you know, they still continue to check for compliance with the plastic bag ban. So that's something that they built into their schedule. You know, they still have their duties with when it comes to building permits to make sure that project sites are properly managing their project waste. So a lot of things fall on that program.
All right.
All right.
That was a lot, Nick.
Yeah, Nick.
Yeah, hopefully, you know, the next time we do this, you're out of quarantine, and you know you're going to be with us in Malesu with Chris and Espido.
Yep.
You know,
right on.
We'll make a date out of it.
Set your calendars, guys.
All
Miss a
right.
link, miss a lot.
Right on.
Thanks, Nick.
Thanks, Nick.
Thanks. Take care.
You're still on that keto, buddy?
I have to get back on it. Yeah, I have to get back on it. I've been letting it go a little bit lately. For the past month, I probably put back like 8 pounds.
Oh my God.
I get back on it.
Well, you're still looking pretty slim, my friend. So keep it up.
All right, thank you.
Take it easy.
All right, guys.
We're going to take a quick break. 9:25 right here on the link. It is Friday. Good morning.
Wings.
After a year with so many games and events delayed or unplayed, the world is ready for anything and everything in the world of sports. KUAM Communications is ready with more games, more championships, and more specials that are guaranteed to bring out the fan in you. Don't miss a minute of gameplay from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the action and excitement. Brought to you locally by Michelob Ultra, Superior Light Beer, and Docomo Pacific. Just more great reasons to tune in and turn on so you'll fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time each Friday to talk food, taste food, and bring you all the latest and greatest in food from King's Restaurants and Ruby Tuesday Guam, old faves, new hits, and everything on the menu in between. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link.
Make sure you're connected. The writing's on the wall. 'Cause if your mind's neglected, stumble you might fall,
Connection is a human necessity, one we need today more than ever. And with the new First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, you can stay just as connected to your finances. And it all starts with yes.
Uno Go, delivering meals from your favorite restaurants and more, including delivering sodas and adult beverages from the Bottle Shack. Visit uno-go.com or download the app today. Also follow them on Instagram and Facebook. The world of television is more exciting than ever. Don't miss a minute of special presentations from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the fun and excitement of award shows and red carpet moments, special series presentations, and other great network programs. Brought to you locally by King's Restaurant, Ruby Tuesday Guam, Bud Light Seltzer, and Docomo Pacific, giving you more reasons to tune in and turn on. Fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications. Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
Looking for TV schedules, upcoming sports, or special presentations, or what you may have missed over the busy week you had? Well, look no further than KOAM Digital Digest. This weekly emailed newsletter puts all kinds of information in the hands of subscribers each and every week. Just subscribe and we will make sure you keep up with your favorites and stay informed and entertained throughout it all. Go to KOAM.com, click on the newsletter tab, give us your email address, and you are all set. Brought to you in digital partnership with King's Restaurant and Ruby Tuesday Guam. It's the KOAM Digital Digest, your weekly guide to the latest information and best entertainment on the stations and platforms of KUAM.
KUAM Communications and Denny's Guam presents Mamapreneurs, a special multi-platform series throughout the month of May showcasing mothers who are also local entrepreneurs in our community. In commemoration of Mother's Day, during weekdays in May, we'll feature daily profiles of these multitasking mamas and their businesses. Additionally, on KUAM News Primetime every Monday in May, we'll showcase a different enterprising mamapreneur. Check out our online directory of all these businesses as well on KUAM.com. And if you know a mamapreneur we should feature, send us a message on social media or email executiveproducer@koam.com. Mamapreneurs is brought to you by Denny's. Guam's Diner is always open.
Good stuff there, 932.
I always forget the name of the club. It was in PD, what became the Harley Davidson dealership.
Joe and Flo's.
Joe and Flo's, yeah. That Condition 4 used to play there too. But yeah. I've seen Condition 4 when that track first came out in the 90s.
Yeah. It's a remake, by the way. It's Stephen Bishop's the original singer. But no one did it better than Condition 4.
Yeah.
Mike Hernandez.
And they would say, everybody get on the floor. I mean, social distancing back then was, not even a thing. But, I mean, you could not find 5 square inches of space on the dance floor when they said
There's still no dancing allowed, right?
Bree, have you danced while in quarantine? Like, you know how they say, dance like nobody's looking, sing like nobody can hear, and...
Don't dance in quarantine, Bree. I think it's against the law. But yeah, what we're talking about is when they first reopened the bars, they came out with all these different guidances, and one of them was there was no singing along, and there was also no dancing. But
I remember that.
Yeah, I see on Instagram people are singing along. I don't see much dancing, so I don't know.
I wonder if that means if the performers, because when you're gigging, it's just natural. You'd be like, "Oh, come on, everybody!" And then it's like, "No, you're not
say
supposed-"
hey, you say ho. No, don't say anything, guys.
The roof
roof
is on fire. And then they're like, "No, you are actually inciting people to sing along. That's
Right.
a no now."
Hey, it's Friday, May 7th. Guys, if you're in need of commodities, the Manila Mayor's Office is doing their TFAP from 9 to 12, okay? And I want to, let me see, where's the pickup at? The pickup is at the Manila Market Grounds from 9 a.m. to noon. They're doing GDOE TFAP, that's food commodities, okay? So if you need that again in Manila. 9:34. Let's go ahead and do our sneak peek of the One Micronesia podcast, which is brought to you by Taco Bell. And in this episode, pretty cool. Victorious Falan hangs with Nick Rossico, a Chuukese artist and activist who's been all over the place but never lost his connection to his culture and his history. He uses his gift of expression as a photographer, a rapper, to share.
What?
Yeah, he's a rapper. And to share a positive message. So this is a cool little episode here. Again, Jay, when can they watch the whole thing?
They can see it right now. Well, you're going to watch it right now in a couple seconds. It's also on YouTube if you want to share it with your friends. And then if you want to join the conversation, that's going to be live on our Facebook timeline tomorrow at 10 a.m.
There you go. It's the One Micronesia podcast on the link.
The One Micronesia Update is presented by Taco Bell and Docomo Pacific. Better together. Half a day, guys, and we're back with another episode of the One Micronesia podcast. In today's episode, I do have with me a Chuukese rapper and activist, Mr. Nick Rossico, with me on the podcast. Brother Nick, thank you so much and welcome to the One Micronesia podcast.
Man, it's an honor, man. I appreciate you big time, Vic. So, thank you, man, for your contribution as well to the culture, man. You know, what you're doing for, for us as Micronesians, with your platform, man. I honestly, man, I give you much applause and, I commend you, man, immensely.
So, man, like I said, thank you so much for jumping on. And, when I kick off the podcast, I always, start with getting to know. I want the viewers to get to know you, kind of go back in time just a little bit. So for those of my viewers that are watching right now, just tell us, where you're from and where you currently reside and stuff like that. Let's start there.
All right. Well, first and foremost, I'm a Chuukese artist and activist. I was born on Saipan, raised up in Florida. Currently, I'm in Washington, but I'll be moving around. This coming May, I'll be headed up to Texas. There's a good chance actually next week I'll be headed down to Oregon. I'm doing a model search, and I'll just be traveling around amongst different states.
That's awesome. And bro, like you talked about, being born in Saipan and then moving on to the States and growing up in the States, and I know you told me, but for those who are, just watching now and getting to know your story, when was the last time you visited home in Chuuk?
I was back home, this is like 2015. I actually arrived the day right after Typhoon Maysak, which if everyone doesn't remember, that was March 29th. So, my first official day in Chuuk was March 30th. And I was there for about like 3 years. I actually worked with IOM for a period of time as well. We did, assessments on the damages that were done. That was, it was like catastrophic, man. It was devastating, man. And we did a lot of work out there, with assessing the houses with IOM. I was also a teacher at one point. Worked at the airport, bartended. I'm a jack of all trades. So I did multiple things out there. But it was probably one of the best, probably the best 3 years of my life. As you can tell, like I'm half caste, so I had a lot to learn. But I was eager. I didn't have like tunnel vision. I was very open-minded, open-hearted, and I was hella down to learn. And I was fortunate enough that I was able to go down to all 40 municipalities. So I've been throughout, all the Mortlocks, Northwest, Faichuk, the Lagoon. So, yeah, I even been to Pohnpei one period of time. So
you're legit, like for real, like you can rap about, the struggle of Micronesia because the struggle of Micronesia,
Yeah, absolutely. And that also reflects with the struggle that we have, facing just being Micronesian abroad, because there's a lot of struggles that come with just being integrated, coming out here to the States, going out there to Guam, Hawaii, Sierra Maya in general. I know that it's as you previously stated, like there's a stereotypical view, with a lot of Micronesians, and I'm hoping that I'm going to utilize, the tool that God gave me, being my music to, be able to break that barrier and, show that, like we're not all the same. We all have like, different gifts, different talents and different ways that we can contribute, not just to, like the culture, but the community as well, the communities that we reside in, so that's exactly what you're doing with your podcast, my bro. We're all doing something, man. There's so many people that have like, they have so much to offer, man, whether it's like through music, through business, just media content, just being an influencer itself, and, I feel like, like if you got a voice, and, you got the numbers, hey man, you got to use that to, to show a better example for our people. So, I take that responsibility, as best as I can, and I try to live up to it, man. And I hope that I make our people proud, man. So that's all I can do, man. So
I introduced you, and I introduced you as a Chuukese hip hop artist and an activist, Nick Rossico. Many people out there are like, wait, who's Nick Rossico? Well, ladies and gentlemen, I think they know you, but they just don't know you as Nick Rossico. They know you by your name, your stage name, the one, the only Robin Hood. Now, I got to get to, because I listened to parts of your interview with 680 Movement. I hope I said that.
Yeah.
680 Movement, the live that you did. And I heard parts of the story, but I'm like, you know what? I'm just going to keep that to where it's a surprise to me, where I get to learn more about. So we're going to talk about the name, the stage name. How did it come about? Why that name?
So like there's a 3-part reason why I have it. I chose that name. And I'm going to list it down from 3 to 1, keep it short. Number 3 is just because I was a big fan of Little John growing up. And I just like his energy that he brought to the stage, his nuance, and I want to be able to match that energy. And if you're familiar with the book, his sidekick was Robin Hood's sidekick was Little John. So, and in no shape or form or way am I saying he's going to be my sidekick, because I know he's the OG in this, but being that they were partners in crime, I definitely would like to be a partner in crime with him, like on the music scene, perhaps in the near future. Number 2 being that my mom's maiden last name was Robbins, spelled Robbins, and Robin Hood spelled Robin. So how I look at it is I just cut out all the BS out of my life. Yeah, and then last and foremost, which is like the most important reason why I chose the name, is the actual storyline of the character itself. He stole from the rich and he gave back to the poor. And I in no shape or form or way do I encourage, thievery or robbery or, anything like that, man. But I definitely do try to encourage, giving back in some shape or form or way, whether if it's, like your charity's done through money, through service, through, just giving a little bit of game, giving some guidance, some knowledge, we can all contribute somehow, some way, some shape or form. So, for me, that's all I want to do, with, just with my music and with my activism. So that's why I view myself more as an activist before an artist, and it's, I feel like that's a very important point for me to highlight, because a lot of people see Robin Hood for the musician, but they don't see me for, like what I try to contribute, to the community. And, hopefully further down the line, as the album comes out and, more projects drop, you guys will be more familiar, with the things that I do, for us and for our people.
The One Micronesia Update is presented by Taco Bell and Docomo Pacific. Better together.
Right on. And again, you can catch that full episode on our Facebook tomorrow at 10 a.m.
Yep. And this just in to
Right
the
on.
Link Studios. developing story.
Yes.
You know that, of course, Mother's Day is on Sunday, everybody, and we hope you are doing something to honor your mom, your grandma, your Nina, your nanai, everybody, like, you know,
Your Lola.
your mother-in-law, and, you know, all moms deserve, like, your ate. There you go, Joe sir. And you know, like, and you know, when I read the Cold Stone Creamery birthday shout-outs every night, like, they've been emphasizing the fact that they have premium ice cream cakes produced fresh every day, and moms around the world love them. We have here, and when I say we, it's Chris, but we have a sample of one of the absolutely amazing ice cream cakes that you can get. There we go. Okay, and that is pistachio.
Yeah.
Woo.
I actually had Cold Stone yesterday.
This is Pistachio Delight. It's got layers of moist yellow cake, pistachio ice cream wrapped in fluffy buttercream frosting.
Mm-hmm. Right on. Man, Bree, sorry you're the only mother on this show, and we're the ones with the cake. We're going to have our cake and eat it, too.
And Chris even split it in two.
I did. So
we'll put it in the freezer for you, Bree, for Monday.
Happy early Mother's Day from our friends at Cold Stone, Bree.
Yeah. But, you know, there are two... Oh, hey, there you go. Pork tocino and
I'm not
ice
sure
cream
that,
cake.
that compares, but okay.
Pork tocino and ice cream cake. That's okay. So there are two ice cream cakes that our friends at Cold Stone are making, which are very, very popular with your favorite mom. The aforementioned Pistachio Delight and the Strawberry Passion, which has layers of moist red velvet cake. That's going to be good with locals. Strawberry ice cream and graham cracker pie crust wrapped in fluffy strawberry frosting. I will admit, I'm absolutely biased here. I'm getting a strawberry passion cake because that is my beloved mother's favorite.
Wow.
So I got a strawberry passion with my name on it. I'm going to go pick up after this. So make sure to check out Cold Stone Creamery, everybody. They are going to set you up and make sure that your mom is very, very happy, as she should be on Sunday.
All right, we're going to take a quick break, and we're coming back with Feed Me Fridays. We're going to head out to Ruby Tuesdays and try the Denancy Monster Burger next, right here on The Link.
KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time each Friday to talk food, taste food, and bring you all the latest and greatest in food from King's Restaurants and Ruby Tuesday Guam, old faves, new hits, and everything on the menu in between. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link. Uno Go, delivering meals from your favorite restaurants and more, including delivering sodas and adult beverages from the Bottle Shack. Visit uno-go.com or download the app today. Also follow them on Instagram and Facebook.
June makes the best malasadas in Hawaii, a fact not lost on Daryl, whose brother Byron is cooking the onaga he caught at his secret fishing spot with his girlfriend Malia, who used to work for the Shave Ice Guy, whose second cousin Vince drives the school bus ridden by Calais, whose auntie makes the best malasadas in Hawaii. Everything here is connected, and with the new First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, you can stay just as connected to your finances, and it all starts with yes.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
KUAM Communications and Denny's Guam presents Mamapreneurs, a special multi-platform series throughout the month of May showcasing mothers who are also local entrepreneurs in our community. In commemoration of Mother's Day, during weekdays in May, we'll feature daily profiles of these multitasking mamas and their businesses. Additionally, on KUAM News Primetime every Monday in May, we'll showcase a different enterprising mamapreneur. Check out our online directory of all these businesses as well on KUAM.com. And if you know a mamapreneur we should feature, send us a message on social media or email executiveproducer@KUAM.com. Mamapreneurs is brought to you by Denny's. Guam's Diner is always open.
Looking for TV schedules, upcoming sports, or special presentations, or what you may have missed over the busy week you had? Well, look no further than KOAM Digital Digest. This weekly emailed newsletter puts all kinds of information in the hands of subscribers each and every week. Just subscribe and we will make sure you keep up with your favorites and stay informed and entertained throughout it all. Go to KOAM.com, click on the newsletter tab, give us your email address, and you are all set. Brought to you in digital partnership with King's Restaurant and Ruby Tuesday Guam. It's the KOAM Digital Digest, your weekly guide to the latest information and best entertainment on the stations and platforms of KUAM.
Feed Me Fridays is brought to you by King's Restaurants and Ruby Tuesday Guam.
Feed Me Fridays here at Ruby Tuesdays with my man at Ken Sanity. Throw him a follow on Instagram. Now, Ken, I'm so glad you're my eating partner for today, but I hope you like it hot because what we have here is a little bit of that pika. It's Ruby Tuesdays Denancy Monster Burger.
I do like it hot, Chris, as a matter of fact, and I'm pleasantly surprised at the size of this 1 pound beef patty. Actually, it's two patties, right? But they made it one?
It's 2 8-ounce patties that got together and made a 1 pound meat in your mouth extravaganza.
I mean, this is intimidating to say the least, but I mean, it looks really good. We have all these tomatoes on here.
Yeah, there's a whole tomato on each burger.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so what it is, and let me just run down what's in this Denancy Monster Burger. Like Ken said, it's 2 8-ounce patties. That's 1 pound of meat. And then on the top, we have our Denancy cream sauce, which I have right here. And what's really interesting about this Denancy cream sauce is it is exactly what it sounds like. It's Denancy, cream, and there's a Parmesan in there too.
Man, you know, as soon as I took the top of the bun off, you can get the smell of the different vegetables that are in that Denancy.
Right.
So, I mean, it's very, very savory. It's very strong. I like it. What's underneath the
Okay, so we have the Denancy cream, we've got the patty, and then under that you've got a whole tomato again for every burger. And then we've got the leaf lettuce. And on top of the leaf lettuce we have the Denancy mayo. Now, I'm pretty sure everybody's had some kind of version of Denancy mayo. Ruby Tuesday's Denancy is house-made, so this ain't your auntie's Denancy, okay? And they mayo it up, but then under this lettuce, on the bottom bun, we have the Denancy paste, which is pretty much this stuff without the cream and without the mayo. And let's go see what we're working with here, Ken. Oh, no. Very savory.
That has got a kick to it.
It does. It doesn't hit you. It doesn't hit you right away, right? But when it's going down, you feel that little bit of heat.
You know, sometimes when you try Denancy, you don't really get that donny flavor. Like maybe it's kind of like real subtle. But this, it's there. Like you're like, oh, okay, yeah.
There's a little burn after, right?
Yeah, there is.
I'm feeling a little heat off the forehead.
Oh, it's good though.
I asked my man Alvin in the kitchen back there, what kind of donny are you guys using? And he said the local donny. And this does taste like local donny, but I'm also kind of like feeling there might be a little habanero or maybe even ghost pepper in there. There's something that's definitely bringing the heat, right? Yeah, so of course, you order this up. It comes with a whole bunch of fries, and you know, link hack for my link fam. Get some sauces on the side. They'll do that for you, man. They'll make this burger exactly the way you want it. You can even get it with an egg on top.
Yeah, I don't have a link hack per se, but I do have a suggestion. Just get this mango lemonade. It's not too sweet, but it is tart, and it's got that nice little extra kick to it, and it's really refreshing. So you get the little texture from the pulp inside there. So
great, it's really good.
So,
and you know, if you like it a little harder than mango lemonade, Ken, because I know you like it hard too. Where do we go for all day happy hour?
Here. Ruby Tuesdays, definitely on Tuesdays.
What?
How did they work that one out?
Ruby Tuesday on a Tuesday. They're marketing people.
But
they're on it.
You know what else they have on Tuesdays though? 2 for $1 entrees, $25.99.
Are you serious?
So you can get you know, I guess you get 2 of these.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, they'll work with you, man.
Yeah.
They got a whole menu. They do the 2-for-1 on Tuesday. So you come over here, you do happy hour, it's all day, and then you close it off with a 2-for-1 entree, only $25.99.
Yeah, so bring your best friend.
Right on.
Tell
Or
him you're treating him to...
bring your favorite hater and, you know, win him over if you want to change it up a little bit. Feed Me Fridays, Ken, it's not every day. I usually never cut the burger, but this is such a big guy. Oh my God, it's just so big. Can we just show Mike that right here? Look at that. Oh my goodness. I feel like I'm lifting a dumbbell here.
I just, you know, the thing with this is there's no way you can eat this without spilling anything.
Yeah,
like,
go ahead and get messy, guys.
Yeah.
You know what? Get messy. It's a pandemic. Rub it all over your face. Okay, you're vaccinated. Rub it all over your face. It's good. Okay, Ken, go first. You go first.
You got the sauce all over your hand.
Yeah, it's dripping everywhere, bro.
There's a lot going on right here. I need a second bite. Let me get a second bite.
Okay, go ahead. Let me get my first in.
I'll say this, the meat is cooked perfectly, the temperature is nice, and this is spicy. But not, I mean, it's so hard to kind of describe the spice here, because it is hot. It is hot.
Yeah.
But it's not overbearing hot.
Right.
And it also, the spice comes later into the bite. It's not like the first thing you feel when you taste it. Instead, you do feel, you taste the Denancy, the different flavors of the two Denancies, and then, like, you know, this paste, you can feel that aftertaste after. That's really good. Really, really good.
Man. If it don't get all over my face, I don't want it. This is delicious. You know exactly what Ken said? There's levels to this thing. You got your Denancy cream, which again, that cream, it hits you. It's so savory. You don't even notice until you get a little bit of a taste that, oh, whoa, Denancy cream. You're getting a little frisky there with your pica level. And then you hit that Denancy mayo on the bottom, which is a different kind of kick because it's Denancy mayo, right? It's creamy, it's mayo, it's Denancy, it's the best. And then you get down to the bun where you hit that 100% pure pica caca. And that really, that smokiness of that doni and just the purity of and simplicity of this Denancy paste really hits you.
Yeah, if I could say, you know, sometimes when you eat a burger, like, yeah, you know you're gonna taste the tomato, you know you're gonna have the beef, the cheese, the lettuce, but the Denancy and how there's like really two to three distinct Denancy flavors in here, like you can, like your mouth is just, it's watering, like you can feel everything, like, you know, you have the paste, it gives you that really heat, or it provides that heat, and then the paste is just a nice little texture and spice to add on top of the meat.
Right.
So it's really good.
And we'll talk about this meat. This is high quality meat. You know they only do the Angus here at Ruby Tuesday. I get mine medium, and it really is medium. It's so juicy, so delicious. And you're getting your veggies in there because there's a whole tomato.
That's what I'm telling myself, but
it's
really,
healthy.
really good.
There's a whole tomato. It's
and you
healthy.
know, the bun is like, it's locally made, right? I believe they make it at Crown Bakery, right? So, nice fresh local bun here.
Guys, this is awesome. I mean, you know, Denancy burger, it sounds like, okay, it's a burger with Denancy, but they took Denancy burger and they made it high art.
It's really good. I mean, it's a large, it's a colossal burger, right?
It
it's
is,
a monster
huge
burger. But, you know, and one of my problems with like some other places is, you know, as you keep biting into the food, the bread breaks down and it kind of gets soggy and messy.
Right,
But
right.
this one, you know, it's holding its form, it's
It
holding
is.
its shape, and it's just really, really good.
That's a good call there, Ken.
I'm not gonna finish it on Never mind. What am I talking about? I'm going to finish it. I think I'm going to finish it. It's really, really good.
Don't embarrass me now. I spoke highly of you.
I'm not going to finish it right now. I'm going to take half, take it home.
I'm going to take half to the house.
I think I'm just going to eat it all right now.
Finish it later in the privacy of my own home so you don't see all the stuff all over my face.
You're right, though, Ken. It does. That bun does hold up. And, you know, there's a little trick they do here to keep that bun holding up is you put your leaf lettuce on the bottom so all the juice from the burger and all the juice from the tomato kind of gets caught in that layer there. And I mean, God, I've been going to town on this thing and it's still holding up. And hey, if it's not hot enough for you, put some more.
Yeah.
So Ken, what do you think?
A+. This is really good. I need to get confirmation that this is on the 2 for Tuesday menu.
Yeah.
For $25.99.
Well,
because we're cautious.
Ruth, is this on the 2 for Tuesday menu? No, it's not. This is its own thing. Okay, because it's huge. It's a whole pound. But they got a bunch of great stuff on the 2 for Tuesday.
It doesn't matter. I can come here on a Wednesday or a Friday and get this anyway. This is really, really good.
Yep.
Nice burger.
Bring your lady by. You know, you cut this sucker in half, or you know, maybe she's a big eater, right? Give her her own. Hey, but it's for you, girl.
Yep. So I mean, it's delicious. I can't recommend it anymore. It's just so good, so plump, juicy, delicious, amazing. I mean, it's got like sauce like everywhere on the table.
It's saucy. Well, you know that's how I love it. Ken, thank you, man. It's a great little date day with you.
Thank you for bringing me here. It's amazing.
Hey, don't worry about it. It's on me, man. At Ken Sanity, Link Fam, this has been Feed Me Fridays. I want to thank Ruby Tuesday. Remember, Tuesday happy hour, it's all day?
All day. And the specials all day, too.
Right, and the special, again, that's 2 entrees for $25.99. But you got to get you this, okay? This is Link approved. Feed Me Fridays. It's the Denancy Monster Burger here at Ruby Tuesdays. For Ken Sanity, I'm Chris Barnett. Link Fam.
Feed Me Fridays is brought to you by King's Restaurants and Ruby Tuesday Guam.
And happy Mother's Day to one and all from all 4 of us on the Link crew. There, Joe Sir's here. Hey, it's a Joe Sir sighting.
Right on, right
Happy
on.
Mother's Day,
There you
everybody.
go.
Happy Mother's Day.
Right on. Happy Mother's Day. It's 10 o'clock. KUAM at TV. It's been a blast. We'll see you guys Monday morning on the Link. Hasta. Adios.
Bye.
Happy Mother's Day.